You're not supposed to say one.
3, 2.
Remember iCarly where he goes 3, 2.
I don't remember anything from iCarly
like
except
Wayne's
spaghetti
World.
tacos.
Oh,
It's a really foul, a very foul thing.
I love
It's not.
Spencer.
They're good.
Reprehensible.
Also, that's one of
Macaroni
the-
and cheese tacos?
That
Okay,
is-
I can get on board with that.
Carson, you hate pasta. You can't participate.
Yes, chat. Everyone flame Carson for not liking pasta.
That's not what I meant
Yeah.
by that.
I deserve it. Bring it on. I'm a little butt baby.
This is his cross to bear.
Yeah, this is my cross. Here I am on the cross or T-posing. You choose.
Wow.
But also, keep your wet bread to yourself.
Well,
Wait, do you not like rice either? I don't understand.
No, I like rice.
The rice is just small pasta.
Ooh.
Checkmate, idiot.
Heavy disagree.
That's true. It is a hard disagree. Rice is an actual thing.
Yeah, and also Carson, I know you like Asian
rice
food and
noodles?
stuff. Do you hate like any kind of like Asian noodle, like any main?
Rice noodles.
Okay, I will admit, the Korean I had, I didn't realize there was soba noodles in it when I ordered it, but I had them and they weren't my favorite part. But I was just like, all right, I can live with this.
Yeah.
You've
What up?
backpedaled.
How
You
about
have no
pho?
morals.
Have you had pho before? Like pho?
Huh?
Huh?
No, I haven't. I think part of it is, European noodles are usually served with some kind of cheese, and like I eat a lot of things with cheese on them, but cheese as a concept is still just awful to me.
Are you thinking about the philosophical implications of cheese? Just
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know what the concept of cheese
Yeah.
means.
I mean, I guess the fact that it's like curdled milk, but I mean, I don't know.
I feel like if you think about any food too long, you can find a
That's
reason why.
that's fair. That's very
Yes, and
fair.
I have. I've ruminated on it, and it has ruined my life.
You could just not
Hey,
instead.
gamers, welcome back to Sharn Nights.
Oh, terrible segue.
This has been the public flaming of Carson Saffold.
Yeah, delete this part from the VOD.
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like of the things that Carson has said or done that has warranted flaming, that's probably pretty tame. Like,
low on the list.
I don't think so.
Twitch friendly. Oh god.
I'm the bad guy, baby.
I'm all the bad guys. So, I don't know if anyone's here, but thank you for being here if you are, and thank you for tuning in and watching the VOD, if you will. We took a week off, which in hindsight was very much needed, because in the span of our week off, I managed to get sick, have my back windshield smashed by some drunk frat boy, get tattoos.
You didn't talk about that.
Yeah,
When did that
fully
happen?
did not
I mean,
know
I
that.
mentioned that. Oh, I mentioned it to my Thursday night group, I think. Or no, I mentioned it to Friday night group. So we
We're
had
not the same people, Logan.
Yeah, I know, I forget. We had
They're
a
all just
beautiful
faces and character sheets to me.
we had a beautiful day of weather early last week. And usually what that means is that, you know, all the undergrad kids come out to play, and you know, you take a walk down the block and every yard is filled with pong tables, beer cans, and you know, guys wearing pastel colors and girls wearing white t-shirts and denim shorts. That's all it is, in, you know, within a half mile radius. And so normally it's not
Nothing,
been an
Alan.
issue.
You're pulling it off.
You're pulling it off. We've been living here for a year and a half, and it's been always normal and fine. But this year, the next day, Rachel took the trash out and noticed that literally, it looked like someone just took something to the center of my windshield, because the middle of it was busted out and then it was just cracked everywhere else. We think someone threw like a ceramic plate or a piece of ceramic at my back windshield. Because we found a broken piece of ceramic in my car and more ceramic pieces in the dumpster. We got real CSI about it. But so that sucked. And also
they were obviously a fan of the show. They got mad that Ismail Adana tried to murder me.
Yep, that was totally it. That was
Hey,
totally
took
it.
it a little too far.
Yep. And so then on top of that, I also had to, work and do other things. So, of course, it was a busy and stressful week, all the while I was sick from allergies. So, very much needed week off. Carson, you moved. I have
I did
not
move.
had the chance to ask, or I didn't remember to ask. How was it?
It was not bad. As you can see, my new room has very bad lighting. But it's nice. It's big. I got an L desk here for my computer set up.
That's the dream.
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it,
L
folks.
desk for loser.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Jacob. Anyway,
You're welcome.
Let me just forcibly mute Jacob in the call.
I've got my great grandfather's green chair in the corner where I've begun reading again, which is fun.
Nice.
And yeah, I've started Albert Camus' The Fall, which is just a stream of consciousness from the worst guy you'll ever meet. Very fun. I took my great grandparents' china cabinet and filled it with Funko Pops.
Yeah.
Pop, look it up at you.
Out the window. And then it hit Logan's car.
Yeah, it's soared across
several states.
But yeah. My place is very cool. It's near a lot of good food. There's a local game shop right across the street.
Oof.
I stopped there and I bought a new set of dice.
Nice.
I got these very cool like gray and black swirl, all with
is that some
the
gold numbers?
Yeah, the gold lettering. And I don't know how well this come off in the camera, but all's going pretty well. Just looking for jobs. Haha! If you know somebody who wants to hire a philosophy major, it hit me up. But all's well on my end. I also got a haircut. So.
Rad, awesome. Does anyone else have any fun, cool, exciting updates?
Nope.
I just had Wendy's.
Oh, tight,
It's
bro.
pretty exciting.
Very, very
Oh, yeah.
cool.
Good shit.
It's great catching up with you guys. This is just fucking around.
It's been 2 weeks, right? I don't remember.
2 weeks. I don't remember either.
Oh,
Who
and
are you
I meant to do this. Shout out to my boy Travis over here for on like a 40-minute notice, dropping everything, running over to my apartment, and helping me move 2 heavy pieces of furniture up a flight of stairs. Many thanks.
All right, so
That's fun.
here is what I'm hearing from my perspective. Before, while we were getting set up, Jacob had said he was in the Raleigh area the other day, and that
Not when he was moving.
Yeah, no, hold on. No, that you were in the Raleigh area and you were lamenting about not getting to see Travis. And Travis was like, oh, yeah, that sucks. Cut to Carson saying Travis dropped everything to come help
Travis has
him.
favorites. We know this.
I mean, I would have dropped everything for Jacob too, but I guess he just doesn't like me that much, you know? It's fine, Todd. You like it, whoever's wedding this was for anyway. Better.
Oh,
It did have an open bar.
That's fair.
Okay,
it's
all right.
fair.
Yeah. And with any luck, Rachel and I will be moving somewhat closer in the next
Oh yeah.
2-3 months.
Maybe like 3 or 4 hours instead of 10.
Yeah.
Right now, the top contenders are Alabama and South Carolina.
Alabama is not much closer, gotta say.
It's really not, but
Let me look at a map.
really not that much closer. But we'll see. The ideal place is Virginia, but we'll find out. But yeah, it was an eventful week. There are my tattoos that I was speaking about. My BioShock homage.
Good shit.
A man
Yeah.
chooses, a slave obeys. That quote truly helps me get through my day. Like, whenever I am laying and, like, struggling to get out of bed, and I'm just like, I just want to lay here all day. I just sit there thinking, I'm like, alright, a man chooses, a slave obeys. And I was like, I just gotta choose to get out of bed. And I'm like, ugh, and then eventually
I have
do.
autonomy.
A quote from the notoriously wise and hero of the game,
Andrew
Ryan.
Ryan.
Um,
Yeah, it's true. That it's out of context. But yeah.
So we're playing D&D or something.
So we're
right?
playing D&D or something. Yeah, Travis?
Nothing. I was just gonna say that, personally, my choice for trying to get out of bed is I just listen to Snow Patrol, chasing cars, and it's the perfect way to get out of bed.
Okay, alright.
Oh,
I've
this is-
developed this really handy routine, because we have a Google Home, and I've been doing some manipulations with routines, and I have one set that, 1 minute after my phone alarm goes off, Google Home, like, says good morning and asks a trivia question. So I have to literally, go to stop my phone alarm, get up and stop it, and then stand there and wait to answer the trivia question. And it keeps me on my feet long enough to mostly wake up. Because
My
otherwise,
wife would kill me.
but like, otherwise, like, you see the tricks like, oh, just put your alarm in the other room. My unconscious ass will walk however far it needs to turn off the alarm and make it back into bed without ever fully waking up. So I need something that will, like, keep me
Just
up.
your ass does that? That's
Just
crazy.
my ass. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so what were we doing? I'm sorry.
We're
That's
playing
one talented
D&D.
booty.
We're gonna, so Austin will be joining us finally. And
that?
Xavier will not be here, finally. No.
Don't tell
um,
me you said that.
um,
Don't watch the VOD, Xavier.
he is probably happily with his
love
family
you.
right now. So this session is going to be a change of pace. We have frequently commented on how quickly events transpire in this campaign, but this time we're taking a big slowdown. So we're going to be doing a little bit of downtime activities, doing some scenes, some checks, things like that. Just having a lot of fun, and, just kind of role-playing and chatting with each other in preparation for this next section of the campaign. And not to foreshadow or spoil or to put anything into anyone's minds, but there's a chance that after this downtime stuff, mostly because you guys are very clever and good at coming up with, like, out-of-the-box plans, there's a chance that post-downtime, it could be the final segment of the campaign, depending on how things unfold. So,
Oh my god.
on that note as well, that means we'll be preparing for the next campaign, which I've started reading and been very pumped about.
Did we say where that was going to be yet? Have we announced that?
On the Patreon thing.
Yeah, on the
we did.
Patreon thing we did.
Oh.
So we'll do more about that. Who knows? We are planning on doing a bunch of, like, Session 0E stuff off screen, but who knows? Might record it and put it on Patreon just to do it. And speaking of Patreon stuff, this past week, because it was such a difficult week, I didn't get a chance to post anything, but I have brainstormed a bunch of stuff to start posting for this upcoming week, mostly because I think it's really, I blame you guys. I also blame my love of spellcasters. I have a bunch of ideas for spellcasting feats and subclasses and things like that, so that's going to be popping up on my Patreon here in the next week. So yeah. Oh, no new announcements. Oh, the Mecha Hack one-shot was awesome. It was so much fun.
Very fun.
The system is an absolute blast.
Loved
It definitely accomplishes its goal of dramatic tension. There were, like, it lends itself to the players doing super epic things, but it can also lend itself to putting your players and characters in just some dire circumstances, which I didn't expect. I thought, you know, the way that they were rolling, the way that they were doing stuff, I'm like, man, this is gonna be easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. But no, the last scene, it got really dramatic, and the final little scene was a little bit of a tearjerker. So it was a beautiful one-shot, super fun system. I might try it out with all of these guys during our maybe bits of real-life downtime before starting the next campaign. It was loads of fun.
I would absolutely love to play it again. It was a great time. And I believe the creators hopped in the chat at one point.
You will notice, Todd, will you point, or no, Travis, will you point up and to your left, I think? Thank you, thank you. So you'll see up in the event thing, up where Travis is pointing. You can stop now.
It's pretty close. Yeah.
You can, there you go. It's getting closer. It's getting, Alan's helping.
Oh yeah, that Matt click. There it is.
Alan, will you hoist Travis on your shoulders to make sure he can reach it? A little more.
Wrong corner.
There we go.
Don't drop it.
Yeah. So you'll see in the event list up here, one of the 2 recent of the 4 event. All right, you guys can stop now.
I can't.
We have 2 new followers, that Matt Click and Inspire the Barks. Those are 2 of the creators of both Shadows over Driftchapel and the Mecha Hack. They are 2 of the several faces and people behind the absolute tabletop RPG production people. And they're also 2 of the players in many of A Fistful of Dice's D&D campaigns. Specifically, the Provokers, which was literally my first D&D actual play I ever watched and has sort of molded my perception of tabletop RPGs. And they hopped in and followed and just said hey in the chat real quick. It was super small, but it was truly, I teared up a little bit. It was unbelievable that these like heroes, these giants of my tabletop RPG career noticed me, senpai. But it was a super awesome thing. I want that event to stay just like that forever, so no one follow or subscribe ever. No, I'm just kidding. Please follow and subscribe.
Thank you, Matt Clack.
Please.
That was, yep. Thank you, Matt and Barker, for that. You guys have heard me talk about it. One of my favorite flavorings of anything ever is Barker from Inspire the Barks. He played a wizard in their first campaign, and his spell book was a holy text, essentially the Bible, that he had just written his spells like in the margins and in between the words because he didn't have any other books to write in, so he just like wrote it in all the margins and stuff. So he's carrying around this Bible, but then he casts like fireball and shit, and so it's just that's some of my favorite flavoring that it has stuck with me forever. I love it. Beautiful stuff. Instead of jumping to our normal gameplay screen with all of our cute little frames and stuff, we're going to be sitting like this for a while, just until Austin gets here, and then we'll get situated.
I think he walked in like just a couple seconds ago.
Perfect. So for now, we'll do just a little recap, talk about things that have happened. And I think we'll probably start with Carson first, because you had asked right before we started playing what the deal was. And I was
pretty integral question.
Yes, and I was going to essentially make that part of your downtime scene, but it makes it seems very fitting to start with that after our recap stuff. So as far as recap goes, a lot of stuff happened.
You could say that.
So it's funny because in preparation for shut up, Carson, various bits of recap for all of you guys, in my preparation, I had to dive deep back into some of my notes. And we all remember the Aurora Gallery, the Museum of Antiquities and the party and everything. We're on session 7. Oh no, we're on session 23. That was session 7.
Oh wow.
It was 16 weeks ago. Probably more, because I think we've taken a few weeks off. That was so long ago, but it feels like yesterday that stuff happened. Truly wild. So, literally just 2 to 3 days before, you guys were sitting in jail. Aside from Killian, who was facilitating you guys sitting in jail.
Yeah, you asshole.
Thanks, bud.
Upon getting out of jail, you accomplished a variety of things, including standing up to parents, seeing your family, meeting a bunch of people that have moved into your house unwarranted, getting new job assignments, getting threatened with losing your job, all manner of stuff. And then you went on to prove them all wrong, continue your investigation, catch what you believe to be was the suspect of all the mastermind of the operations, when in fact was just a pawn of all the operations. So effectively, you did in fact catch the house killer, but not the person who hired and managed the house killer. So the investigation is still a little far from over. Striking a deal with the house killer, who is now your ally. This person who not only probably killed friends of your family, but also was going to kill two of you in this whole... gosh, what is a proper word? Concerto of killings. Now as your ally, it's taken some adjustments, but they both became very important to your plan, staging, and trying to entrap the mastermind, Ithranel Adana, into making some kind of misstep that would show her hand. I will let you guys kind of determine how that went, but it went by successfully enacting this plan, staging Varian's assassination, and Varian played off his injury so well, faking that he was so close to death, that Ithranel thought she could finish him off herself with a flick of her finger. It was unsuccessful, but her act as well was so convincing and so subtle that it drew almost no attention, except from Varian himself, of course. Now, as things unfolded, you regrouped, you checked every nook and cranny of Wargrave University for any sightings or evidence of Ithranel Adana, but she seemingly vanished without a trace. Clearly done through some magical means, but leaving no trace behind, no idea where she ended up or what she has done. Varian, after being exploded under your control, but then poisoned out of your control, you're rushed to, I made a note of it here, one moment. You're rushed to a House Jurasco clinic, a healing house, specifically in the ward directly below the university district, which is where Spike had a contact that could help you perform this sort of switcheroo. However, I guess we'll sort of flash back. Maybe this will be Donovan as he's working endlessly on his article. He's using his keen mind to remember the events of the day and the circumstance, and we'll flash back to post the attack. And you are sort of at that crossroads of whether you continue the plan and transport Varian to the healing house to switch places with Sim and whatever might follow, or abandon that plan and try something else. So we'll sort of pick up there. We're not going to worry about stats and any kind of rechargeable abilities, things like that. We'll just kind of roleplay the scene out. So Varian recovering from poison, various people, your abilities wearing off that you may have cast in Morgrave's courtyard, communicating through the communicrystals, and I'll throw it over to you about the healing house portion of the plan.
We could certainly still try it, maybe to see if maybe she stops by as a, finishing off now that she knows, but she also seems to, I don't know, she went invisible, so it is possible that she also saw us try to stop her invisibility.
I think there's a pretty good chance of that.
I don't think that I don't think she would try anything again, especially the fact that Varian definitely knows that she tried to do something to him.
Yes. I mean, it could also be good. Does she know you're not dead? That's the question too.
Well, the poison was trying to kill me for a while after she put it in my neck, but at best, I'd imagine it's indeterminate.
Well, at the very least, I don't know. Maybe she. Let's just assume she already knows. So how do we follow through now?
I think that we are very careful, and I think that it might be good for us to stay together as much as possible the next coming couple of days.
Sure.
I guess.
Well, we have evidence, right? We have evidence from his neck, and we have some recording of her cleaning off her finger from it.
That's circumstantial at best. I don't feel like that. I don't think we're gonna need a little bit more. That is evidence, but like that's like we need something else to compound with that.
She's also in the wind now.
Sure.
She's in the wind now.
That's
I don't know
true.
if she's going back to her life. We did scry on her. Am I remembering that correctly?
You did.
And we saw her in like a black cloak going somewhere.
Yep. And Donovan, I don't remember if you told him this, Donovan. So you can decide that now. But Donovan, you recall whenever you scried, the storefronts and various inns and bars that she passed in front of were the Khalistan district of Lower Dura, where the Boromar clan has control over.
And I think I posed this already, but I'm pretty sure that for some reason I assumed that she was using the Boromar clan to do stuff, but I think it's the other way around. I think that she is somebody the Boromar clan got into power so they could exploit her position or her rising status in the world.
Entirely possible.
But I kind of have like the end of a plan. How we get there, we're still gonna have to figure out. But if we could somehow run into her again, I think I have a way to figure out what she actually is. If she is some kind of like shapeshifter.
Okay.
But that's of course like that's the end of the plan. I don't know how we're gonna get to that point. We gotta find her first. But I think that before we try to find her, we need to get some information. Oleg, you said you know somebody with the tyrants, right?
Yes.
I think you need to, if you can, talk to whoever and see if we can get some information about just anything about her. And then the rest of us kind of will do our business, but we try to keep it low key and as safe as possible.
Sure. Sounds good.
But because she definitely knows that we're like wary of her. Oh, like we like straight up attacked her.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So like the thing is, we're not gonna get in trouble because of that. Because I don't know. We know that she hurt Varian, and I'm sure if she's as careful as we think she is, she's gonna assume that we know that she tried to hurt Varian. So kind of like Varian said, I don't think she's gonna like show up again. You know.
Yeah. Let's be very clear. Also about the explosion. Where, as far as the public is concerned, that was the house killer.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's true.
in reality, it was. We were just involved. But that doesn't need to factor into our stories.
Yeah. Well, I know that I'm gonna go when we get out of here. I'm gonna go write a story about this that just happened. That an attempt was made on your life. I'm not gonna implicate her or anything because we don't have enough proof for that.
I feel like we do, but I do understand that it is not. It is
I
still
mean, Killian,
her
You're the officer here. That's not enough to go on, is it?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I think we need more.
And I mean, it's certainly not enough to go on if she's part of some larger Boromar conspiracy.
Which I really feel like she is. It makes a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it.
If she,
But
she could be part of a conspiracy, she could just be using them for resources. They could be equals in a venture of mutual interest. We really don't know, but we need to find out. And
well, it makes sense how she got a hand on all those poisons and stuff. The Boromar clan sold it. Of course, they wouldn't rat out an inside agent and probably give her access to a lot of resources too. So
it was expensive stuff too.
I'm sure whatever you just got a taste of was probably pretty pricey.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much it costs. I know it's from the Mournlands, so
How you feeling, by the way?
I'm alive, and that's all I can really say right now.
Well, hey, kid, I know this has been rough on you, but make sure you take some time to take a breather.
I think you and I both know we don't have time for that right now.
You make a little bit of time. You're not going to be any good to anybody if you stretch yourself out.
All right.
Take a bath or something.
Take a bath.
Like a hot bath, you know? You ever take a
Before
bath
run,
before?
Meditate.
That's pretty much
Very
all
like
cold
that.
showers.
That's I guess that's good for you in another way, but not very relaxing. But
It stimulates
Whatever.
the nervous system, prepares one for deep and intensive thought. I read an article on it.
I probably wrote it.
I don't think you did, but
You can't
Point
prove
taken.
that.
I can find the article. It's filed away in my desk somewhere.
God, Donovan just has this insane quality of like, oh god, what's the villain in SpongeBob? And Patrick, like, that's not my wallet. Like, literally holding the article, being like, you didn't write this. You're like, that's my article.
Yeah, it's
That's
like,
my pen name.
Donovan is an immovable or an
I was a
unstoppable
ghostwriter.
force, and he just met an immovable object.
Just
I was a ghostwriter for that. Don't worry about it.
Jesus Christ.
For a scientific paper?
I don't think that would take so much. God damn it, whatever. So what's the plan leaving the university after everything that happens?
I would say I would ask Killian if they have the resources to have people like shadow our loved ones, but on the low key, just in case like she has anybody try to come after them, but on the low key because I don't want to like alarm a bunch of our loved ones because of something that might not be a thing.
Killian, you know that's definitely possible. If you're trying to cover like a wide spread of people, like, you know, anything more than just like 1 or 2 people per person, then they pretty much just have a person per person. But so for like Donovan's case, it's just kind of him and his daughter. You could probably assign 2 people to her, just in case. You know.
Yeah, don't let her see you though. She'll get really upset. About it.
And I think that kind of goes for most people. I don't think you guys have like, you know, 18 siblings you want covered. But essentially, you sort of have like two dark lanterns per family. So like, Varian, you could have one for your.
Says, I'm taking
and
your
dad.
second cousin, thrice removed.
We gotta protect Roman, baby. He's
I mean,
target number 1.
Do we
He's
have
gonna
to
end up
protect
dead.
Roman? I don't know.
Wait, so is Varian at? I remember he went to the healing house, right?
well, that
Are you
was.
still-
So is that the plan?
No, I don't
I
think
think-
we need to do that.
I
Okay.
think Varian needs a hospital, like for real. Now.
But can we go somewhere that's not as big as like a healing house?
Well, okay. Are we not doing the SEM switch?
I don't think we need.
I don't
to.
guess it's super necessary.
No, before it was to see if maybe like if she didn't attack you, then we'd have
You
a
would
different.
come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she did.
But she did attack you, like we predicted.
But we probably need to
I
go
super didn't
somewhere.
think that was gonna happen.
I didn't. I mean, I don't think any of us really did. But if we need to take. If Rarian needs a doctor, we need to go somewhere more low key, not quite as, I guess, like in the open as like an official big like healing house with a bunch of other people.
Well, you have sort of limited options.
I know a guy.
That's what I'm saying. If you know a guy, they're in a House Jarasco healing house.
I actually know this nice little clinic, actually.
That is technically a House Jarasco healing
But it's a
house.
small one.
It's
a small one.
Are you trying to avoid House Jarasco healing houses? Totally?
No, I'm trying to avoid a huge healing.
Oh,
house.
that's fine. You just I thought you meant that you
No,
were
I'm
just
not. Okay, I'm not trying. I'm sorry to rephrase. I'm not trying to avoid a House Jarasco healing house. I'm trying to avoid like a big healing house, like a hospital kind of.
That's fine. You can definitely find something in sort of the lower city. That's a
I know a
little
guy.
more quaint. Absolutely, you know a guy.
His name is Julian.
His name is
waiting for it.
Julius Jarunko.
That's an awful last name.
Jarunko. Yeah, not a fan of that one.
Sounds like you're slurring your words while calling somebody drunko.
You're drunk.
Drunko.
So
Yeah, the worst of the 7 dwarves.
I guess this is up to Varian and whoever decides to accompany him. Are you wanting to get like magical healing or just sort of stitched up antitoxin, non-magical stuff?
I think Varian's concerned about lasting damage from the nectar of the Mournland, and kind of like, I mean, I think he's been blown up before. It's fine. But yeah, he wants to make sure there's going to be that gets addressed on the front end as much as possible.
Yes. So if you're not essentially fulfilling the rest of the plan, this won't require too much activity. But
Can his insurance cover that?
to the
No.
for a fairly sort of almost routine doctor's visit. They give sort of a physical examination, they take some vital signs, things like that. It'll only cost you 3 silver pieces.
Oh wow. Okay.
But they essentially complement your immune system and your body's ability to fight diseases and things, because as far as they know, the nectar of the Mournland is a deadly poison. It's one of those things that, like, if you are infected with it, you're a goner. Like, period. Done. Mostly because it is harvested from the magic plants and various flora of the Mournland from the morning, which is deeply magically empowered and would kill basically any normal person. So they definitely complement you and your immune system, and for that, unless they want to do further investigating through magical means, they don't see any kind of lingering effects, considering that it is a deadly poison. So just, with rest, proper nutrients, and water, you should be okay within just a day or so.
Does Varian's family know what's happened?
Not at this moment, if he's gone directly
You're
there
about to.
afterward.
Okay.
I don't
Or
know.
like, are they at all like remotely concerned since this incident did happen at Moorgrave?
It
Campus?
depends. I guess this would be between Varian and Killian. of course, as would be sort of law enforcement protocol, to alert certain people of events that have transpired, such as any, notable people at Morgraves, such as, President, Chancellor, any notable professors, things like that. But similarly, parents of people that may have been involved, reaching out to any of the students that were on campus at the time, things like that. Would you two have requested that be, or at least Varian's parents be suppressed for the time being, or just kind of let it go out as it normally would?
I will ask Varian.
In my article, I can just say an unnamed Dragon Mark individual. I cannot say it was you.
There's
That
no
would
point
make
in
your life
learning
easier.
them.
All right, so I won't. I'll leave that
also-
part out.
Keep Adonna's name out of it.
Yeah.
This is mostly
like it, that's-
for the campus, sort of campus alert just after the incident.
We don't even have to say it was the Dragon Mark killer. Honestly, we can just say
Yeah, that could be in like
An
tomorrow's
unnamed
clarifying
bomber.
story or something like that. Yeah, I don't want my parents. Now that we
I'm just
settled
thinking-
on the no actual assassination plan, I don't want my parents to think I'm dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, cause my mom, if anything ever happens, like for example, my brother lives in LA. Like if anything happens in the entire state of California, she calls my brother. Like
Yeah.
it could be hundreds of miles away, and she'll still be like, "Are you
You
okay?"
okay?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, like,
I heard
Yeah.
someone die. I heard a man got hit by a car in North Carolina. I know you're in LA, but are you all right?
Yeah, so I guess the biggest question would be, for Varian, is if you want your parents to know by the time you get home, or if it's something they won't find out until tomorrow morning.
Let's leave it off for later. That
Leave it
seems
off for
fine.
later. So you tap into appropriate sources. I guess Killian would be the one to do this. Notifying Sharn Watch and any other King Citadel people, and even tapping into resources within the university, and ask can you hold off notifying anyone of what happened until the morning. So pretty much first thing in the morning, everyone will know. But you have a little bit of
And,
time.
they'll know. I'll publish the article in the morning. I'll write it before I go to sleep. So
It'll probably take you a little longer than just. It's already like 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. So unless you want to stay up all night
phone
and
goes off
whatever else.
during an op tomorrow.
New notification for fuck.
Yeah.
So yes, Varian, you sort of get the cursory physical examination saying you look okay. It's up to you whether or not you want some sort of, deeper care. It's still, kind of emergency room treatment at 10 o'clock at night. So it's up to you.
I'll just get patched up and then head out. And yeah, after get out, probably want to contact Gavin Sam.
Let's say that. Yep. You probably, while you're in your, I imagine you tell them in transit, hey, plans off.
Plans changed. Yeah.
Gav says, well, now Sim's standing here looking like an idiot wearing this hospital gown. Alright, where do we need to be anywhere? Or is rest of the night off?
Rest of the night off. We'll reconvene tomorrow.
Look who it is!
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Austin reporting for duty. You're muted.
dude.
I'm sorry, I finally got back.
You're fine. So yes, pleasant rest of the night off. Gav,
Did you know she had poison?
they say, no, actually, that's a bit surprising. She was always pretty, keen on not getting her own hands dirty with all of this, so,
She seems pretty keen on putting poison inside me.
Maybe change of heart. Maybe she's had a backup plan that she never told us. Honestly, she's wily. I have no idea what she's capable of. But, you're alive, it seems, so that's good.
For now.
For now. Sim is going to pretend to be some old sap that got his arm lobbed off in a street fight, just so he can get some, complimentary room and board and meals for the rest of the evening. So,
I thought you were going to say narcotics, but all right.
oh, that's good. Sim, did you hear that? All right, good.
Damn it. How do I give you ideas?
But I will be heading back to my apartment at Dragon Eyes if you need or want me for the rest of the evening. Everything else turned out okay?
Well, other than the staged assassination turning into a real assassination attempt, it went off swimmingly.
Good.
You enjoy your fucking frozen yogurt?
I did. Did you enjoy yours?
Before the explosion and the poisoning. Yeah, it was pretty good.
That's quite a nice university to afford you such a... What was that? Got to go. Exactly.
Oh, get here. How did I get here?
Yeah,
Alright.
and then it starts flooding back to you in this sort of downtime, like, oh man, I have this project to do this Thursday, and oh god, I need to meet with my group on Tuesday to talk about, and like, it starts flooding back like, oh no, tomorrow is a Monday, oh
No.
god.
Yo, are they gonna give you free A's because you got exploded at the university? Is that they didn't protect you very well, I gotta say.
I feel like that's cheating.
They've added to your tuition to pay for damages.
Yeah, because you caused this for being who you are, you have to pay for the damages for your own assassination.
That absolutely feels like something that like App State would do until I like tweeted out on Twitter and a bunch of people got mad.
100%. Absolutely.
Oh my god.
They'd just be like, "Oh, there was a
Apologize to the
clerical mix-up
community for
in
the
our
slight
insurance
oversight."
department."
I love it. So, we'll spread the love a little bit. We'll bounce back and forth, so everyone, you gotta be on your toes, get your dice ready. We'll jump back and forth. But first, Austin, how's it going? How you doing, buddy? It's been 1,000,000+1 years.
I haven't seen you in a day.
Since I left yesterday. So I've officially passed all of my classes for the semester. Woohoo!
Can we get some
Boys,
inspirations for Austin?
Please clap.
Please
Please clap.
Seriously,
Hell yeah.
please
Hey,
clap.
Austin, keep an eye on the chat here for a second.
Okay, keeping an eye on the chat.
Something happens, Austin's dead.
Yay! Yay! Okay, yeah, hi. Semester's over. I'm gonna work stuff. I passed all my classes. I'm not dead.
Hell yeah, dude.
Not yet.
Yeah, yet is the good
Yeah.
is the operative here. But hello.
It's gonna be
I'm
like
back.
John Henry. He finishes and then just collapses dead.
I took that in a very different context. So there's this story. Actually, no, maybe I shouldn't tell that story in the stream. Anyway,
It's not.
Oh god.
There is a true story that has something to do with that, and I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm alive.
Rad. Well, on that note, Austin, it has been several weeks since you played with us, but only about 3 days or 2 or 3 days have passed in game. So, not much has changed, but a lot has happened. I don't know how much these guys have kept you in the loop, or how if you've kept up with
He's been watching.
VODs, or how much you've watched and paid attention.
I've watched. I've been able to watch up to a certain point each Monday.
There
so.
you go. Basically, you all caught the house killer. However, the house killer is not the sole person in the operation, kind of how you assumed because of the one weird mutated guy with the big sword. So you caught the house killer, who was a doppelganger and changeling duo. Sort of this assassin duo / also musical duo. You caught them. You caught the house killer. However, you have not
Their
caught...
EP derivative.
That's fine. You have not caught the mastermind behind the house killer, Ithranel Adana. Her motives still unknown. However, the pieces are still coming together. She has some affiliation with random assassins, believed affiliations with the Tyrants, maybe even the Boromar clan, Little Barovia in the Stoneyard Ward. She is all over, but also, as Donovan has figured out, she is also nowhere and nothing, because she has no notable history in Sharn. She is this enigma that is making waves, but is also not leaving a trail. So isolating who she is, what she's doing, what she's about, has been the challenge. But they lured her into a plot, trying to get her to make a misstep, and almost ended up with Varian's actual assassination, as opposed to just a fake staged assassination. However,
He was fine.
everyone lived. She escaped. However, she was careful and did not leave too much of a trail, as she is wont to do. And so, essentially, where you would normally need, 5 pieces of evidence, they have 1. So there's still more pieces to be found, put together, until she can be fully stopped. So, on that note, I'll give Austin a little breather, instead of throwing him right into the fire as he gets back into the campaign and gets back from driving and traveling all weekend. So instead, there's a little bit of stuff I'll do with Varian in a little while, so we'll skip that for now. Here's how we're going to do sort of this downtime stuff. I had everyone pick sort of 2 things they wanted to try and accomplish, or at least start during their downtime. We'll sort of play out some of those scenes, some notable scenes with some, NPCs, some skill checks, whatever it might be. However, I heard, before I had to run and take a toilet cat break, that it was sort of agreed upon that throughout the upcoming week, as you guys sort of go back to your normal lives and try and continue the investigation, but not, flunk out of school or get fired from your jobs or do whatever it might be, you were going to try and meet up and be around each other as much as possible, just to make sure constant chain of communication. Even with your communicrystals, seeing a person, of course, is always much better. Yes, that is me atting pandemic and COVID and stuff. So, of course, here's how we'll do this. As we roleplay scenes out with sort of individual people, if other people want to jump in and, be a part of the scene, as long as it makes sense and you can justify it, you're more than welcome to. Even if it's something as simple as, Donovan's walking around, talking to people, going to get coffee on his lunch break, and he happens to see Oleg doing XYZ on the street. That's totally fine. We'll make this collaborative. We can all chime in and have fun role-playing together. All these.
So not like Kramer busting through the door in a laugh track and
I mean, honestly, that you could do that too if you wanted to. That's your prerogatives. Fuck it. Let's go and start rolling some dice here. We'll have everyone just roll a d20.
Oh boy.
4.
Fuck, shit. Drop one.
10.
6.
13.
God, good thing we weren't rolling for anything substantial.
Yeah, tell me about it. That mecha hack got me fucking so excited to roll low, and now
Right.
it's not.
So Donovan, you had a 6.
Four.
4. Who had a 6?
Me.
Alan has 6. Carson, what'd you get?
10.
Wow. Travis, what'd you get?
13.
And Austin, what'd you
double
get?
digits.
10 or 9. Sorry,
Oh.
I heard 10 and thought 10. 9. Cat feet.
Austin want to be me so bad.
Yeah,
Cute.
cat feet. Look at the peats.
Shut the fuck up.
We can't see Pete's.
I can kind of.
Oh, you can't. Oh,
It might be the way our videos are situated.
oh, because my yeah. Okay, never mind.
So first person is Travis. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, damn.
I mean, it's totally gonna be fine. You're gonna have an amazing
Yeah.
week.
I think we skipped over a pretty significant part of the last session in the recap, which was Travis's ethical discourse with the mind flayer.
about hive minds.
Yeah,
It was
Incredible.
fine.
it was
It was a pretty
marvelous.
easy thing just to fly over, you know?
Yeah, so for pretty just bare bones surface context, essentially Oleg with Spike and Varian sitting mouth agape as part of this conversation, participated in sort of a Brave New World ethical discussion regarding, if Mind Flayers took over and the Overmind took over, everyone would be the most perfect form they could possibly be. They would be their best selves, but also lose all sense of humanity and, originality and individuality. So,
No.
it was a very
No.
thrilling discussion, and we'll see how that unfolds.
Travis's wife
Jessica's on the
disagrees.
side of the mind flayer.
Interesting, Travis. You need to have a talk with your wife. Is she the hive mind of your life, Travis?
Anyway, continue.
So Travis, Oleg, this might, so your first task, which will take the majority of your time, along with, getting lunch with family members, meeting up with other people and talking with other house scions in the area. The thing that will occupy the most of your time will be the research you are doing. And I totally didn't get the chance to type up all the stuff I was going to send you.
That's fine.
Is it fine? Are you sure?
I assume we're not going to be doing confrontation with
No, not this
Adobe
session.
here,
no.
not this week. No.
Not this session. But effectively, history proves that Delkir are known to have wars with people, but it's kind of mixed on who causes it. Usually it's the Delkir arrive and start traipsing about, and then the people they're traipsing about within wage war. So it's a little sketchy, to say the least. But as far as your research on your aunt goes, she definitely puts up a fight when you mention doing research, trying to see what's going on with her and things like that. So, Travis, as Oleg, you'll have to make a decision.
Mhm.
You can either make a handful of charisma checks and also strength checks, whatever it might be, to literally get her to submit to these research proceedings, or you can command her.
Oh, I'm going to command her.
I didn't think it would be that easy of a decision. I didn't think I'd get this far.
Well,
So she starts putting up a fight. She's like, I don't know, Oleg. And you just sit down in that chair, and she goes and sits down in the chair. So over the course of the week, go ahead, make me an investigation check.
Okay.
Oh, God. Satisfying situation.
Oh, that's going to be a 14. You know what? Since it's over a week,
Yeah, it's over the course of a week, so you can burn whatever abilities to augment
yeah,
this check.
I'll Flash of Genius that, so I'll be a 17.
Go for it.
Oh, wait, 18, sorry.
Awesome. So you start taking a closer look. It varies between like anatomical, biological investigations to also psychological investigations, testing the limits of your commands and your abilities and things. Effectively, you sort of learn that this parasite that the Mind Flayer had was in fact an earworm. You had kind of known that, but you didn't know the full extent of it. And for Travis's sake, you sort of start to learn the actual specifics of the earworm. But specifically, as the week goes on, you start learning about the symbiotic aspects of it. That it is a true parasite that has burrowed and attached itself to your skull. And that the only way to remove it is essentially through death or a remove curse type magic. Because
That's not bad.
that's not bad. From what you have seen is that if you have this earworm, it bestows you the abilities that it does, and also has the symbiotic nature, but it also sort of connects you in this hive mind of sorts between all of the other people who have them, and also the people who control them and implant them and things like that. And so, besides a remove curse, there's also the potential, and this would be up to you to find people who can do it through very high castings of dispel magic. Could potentially do it, but that might not be as graceful of an attempt.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll definitely contact Carson and other people. He's probably people more, not Carson, Jesus, Varian and other people. I don't know if Varian's the strongest person I would know for dispel magic, but if not, then I will also contact. Do I know somebody who's stronger than Varian as far as dispel magic, other than like my family contacts and stuff?
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Dispel magic.
For that, you need dispel magic or remove curse.
Both, but dispel magic is one of the ways.
Cool. I mean, I can cast dispel magic at a 5th level.
As can I.
I mean, I would ask them to come over and try that, and if it wouldn't work, then maybe something higher.
Yeah, I mean, if I have the time, I'll certainly try to help out with that.
Okay. Absolutely, you would have the time, and because it's over a week, we won't worry about too nitty-gritty of things. So effectively, you cast Dispel Magic on Aunt Fulcia. I guess, Oleg, I remember you saying that you had sort of a secret Delkir workshop sort of in your estate. Is that where this would be happening?
For sure, in my estate, yeah.
So, in the, like, secret workshop, though?
Yeah.
So, if you could describe to me this, I assume a workshop of horrors.
It's just pretty much just a bunch of parts of Dalkir all over the place.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
With a machinery just connected to different parts, like with sticky notes that say like mind reading or like strong question mark. Just basically, it's my invention cave, basically.
Rad.
It's like a man cave, but with a bunch of gross alien parts.
Yeah, just a bunch of gross alien parts. Probably just like heads of different Dalkir just around.
Eyeballs, flesh, teeth.
Yeah,
there's just like a big tentacle across the foosball table.
Yeah, just the normal things you have in a Brove cave.
Of course, yeah. You get everything set up, and you cast a higher level Dispel Magic, and you watch as the sort of raised portion of skin behind Aunt Fulcia's ear rips open, and the earworm shoots out across the room, hits the wall, and squelches against the floor. and she immediately starts to like all unconscious, start bleeding out. So of course, Oleg, you have healing, a little bit of healing magic. You can
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that half. Like I'm gonna be like half paying attention to it, just casting healing as I take a jar and just right there on
catch
top
the
of the
earworm.
earworm. Yeah.
So effectively, you remove her of her earworm, but sort of as you predicted, the dispel magic doesn't necessarily just delicately pacify and remove the earworm. It sort of forcefully removes it, so it has the potential to cause great harm to a person. But you get the earworm in a jar, and it is this horrible leech-looking creature squirming around. It looks very angry that it just got forcefully removed, and it is throwing itself against the sides of the glass. But Aunt Fulcia looks around. She says, Oh, Oleg, you've renovated your workshop. It's looking good.
Thank you. How are you feeling?
Bit of a headache.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Did you do something?
Yeah. What was the date? I'll basically ask her what the date was when she last remembers.
Yeah, and she sort of she can recall pretty much like the night before. She just sort of lost a little bit of time just prior to that happening.
240.
To this happening?
Yeah.
There's twerking at 240.
Okay. Let's just say okay. Well, yes. It's I kind of got rid of this thing from your head.
She reels back. It's like, oh, what is that?
It's
Being really forward.
yeah. It's
Sure, she...
yeah. I mean, it's fun. She's family.
Okay.
I have one of these in my head as well.
You do?
Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. It's no big deal, but I'm happy to hear you're okay. Hey, can you sit down?
I
Okay, so it doesn't work anymore. That's good.
Are you going to remove yours too?
No, I'm fine. I'll deal with that at some point. I don't
You're fine. There's
I was more worried about you. It's fine. I'm happy to hear you okay. I also, I mean, realistically, I still need to discuss. I think they'd be a little angry if I did that. So,
They'd be a little. They?
yeah,
your
don't worry
friend
about it. Do you need anything? Do you need some tea?
I'll have them make some tea. She looks at Varian with this like. Just, is this all right? What's going on? Is everything okay? Kind of look.
I try to muster up the most calming, like, smile I can. Just be like, yeah, and then I just, like, message Oleg, and I'm like, probably no lasting neurological damage.
Yeah, ignore that one. Go to Doja Cat.
Keep watch on her.
I will. I mean, it's not like she's gonna move anywhere else.
Yes, Mrs.
I say out
Fulcia,
loud.
Yeah. Oleg, I swear. Miss Fulcia, why don't you go and to treat yourself to some tea or
Yes. Do you?
perhaps a pastry?
Yes. Do you boys want any pastries? Some
Oh, yes,
eclairs
please.
or anything?
Yeah,
Coffee?
I meant for you to go get one for.
All of us. Yeah. They can whip it
Yes.
up.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, that's.
I think he's also
Yeah,
asking you
that's
to
fine.
leave the room for a bit, if you don't mind.
Oh no.
So you know how I oh gosh. She like nervously settles out of your workshop and leaves you to whatever things you want to say or discuss.
Oleg, your bedside man. I could use a little work, but
I don't know if not being blunt is my thing. I think that trying to be subtle is not something that people expect. If I tried to be subtle, I think people would be more upset about that idea.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Like if I came in with pleasantries, don't you think you'd be a little upset at me? I don't know. Maybe
I probably think either you were under the thrall of some sort of foul entity, or you meant to kill me. So,
And realistically, I think
Yeah.
that ripping the band-aid off of people is probably the most intelligent thing. Bandage, rather, not band-aid. Band-aid's not a thing, I apologize. I just tried to invent something with my mind, my mouth.
uh,
I
Fair-
enjoyed
fair
the
enough.
meal for breakfast, lunch,
it-
then gin and
That was a trip.
yeah, I'm just not going to um
I have to go
talk
with
about that anymore. You're not removing yours.
No, I don't think so. I really do think that they'd be quite angry with me, and I
What-
think
Fair point.
that just having them think that they have some kind of chip up on me would probably be smart. If they think they have leverage on me, then I think
And I can we retcon and say I cast non-detection on Oleg before all this began?
Sure, that's fine.
Cool.
well, thanks for that. I'm not too worried about them. I think they can realistically find out anything I'm thinking at all times.
You do think that, or you don't?
I do. I don't think
You
I
do.
think they can just my thoughts.
And that is not alarming to you.
No, it's no problem. Do you not see this office? I don't know if you. I
Oh,
point at the workshop.
it's
I point at the head, the teeth, the eyes.
it's something.
Oh yes.
You did the interior design yourself?
How could you tell?
It's real pretty.
Oh, just your special touch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the point is, yes.
Unmistakable.
The point is, yeah, I have no problem with them having the access to my thoughts. It's I like to sometimes cuss at them once in a while. It makes me feel better about life.
You hear I assume your workshop is like, hidden behind a bookshelf or something, and you hear just
Yeah.
a faint knock against the
Yeah,
wall.
Aunt Felcia absolutely knew it was here the whole time.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, she totally knew.
I just kind of like, yeah.
Oleg just finds her like dusting in there all the time. It's, oh,
Yeah.
don't mind me.
DD, get out of my laboratory.
You see that on the other side is Aunt Falsier. She's carrying a plate of just pastries and coffee and things. And she says, "It looks like the servants already had this whipped up." But and she pulls out a note, a wax sealed note from underneath it. She says, Oleg, there was a Orion messenger outside for you. They left this note.
I go ahead and pick it up and read it.
It is from Lila, and it
Okay.
only says, "Meet me in 30."
And I will look over to Varen and say, "Well, I have some research to do, so if you don't mind,
Of course.
please feel free to have eclairs and tea."
I may grab one on my way out. But
You Varian, you look up, and it's not eclairs and tea. It's definitely muffins and coffee. And Oleg is definitely, his mind has gone elsewhere.
cool. Reading the room. I'm not sure exactly what I'm reading, but I'm reading it. I will go start to walk out, and then I will place a frail limb on his shoulder and just say, just stay safe.
Of course, no problem. I'm gonna just research the little Barovia a little bit.
All right. Well,
You did the same. I'm not worried
Right.
about myself. I don't know. I'm worried about you. And after the explosion, I was a little worried she might try to. I don't know. She did try to kill you, but I'm glad that she
certainly
didn't.
did.
I'm happy you're alive.
Thank you.
Let me know if you need something, obviously.
I will.
Also, I have a spare earworm if you want to fuck around
I'm
with it.
absolutely fine on that front.
Okay.
I
I'm gonna experiment on that.
have the
some more.
sending spell. We have the stones. I'm fine.
Okay.
Cool. And I'll just cast Mage Hand and grab some muffins and some grab a coffee and I'll summon Ori and have him swoop and grab a muffin on the way out.
Yeah, and Oleg, as you're leaving Antfalls, just says, "These New Age mages too good to use their own hands for things. They gotta."
I know. I've really started experimenting with Featherfall instead of in elevators. Very fun.
Oh, you're one of them too now.
I know, but it's so much fun. I don't.
You know, back in my day. No,
Yeah,
we won't
that's
go
nice.
there. And then Oleg goes and has awesome sex with a vampire dwarf.
Yep.
We'll
Hey,
talk.
that's what I'm writing in my notes.
We'll talk about what you learned from her after this next thing involving Varian. So Varian, you leave Oleg's, and we'll finish up what we're gonna do with you. You have a meeting with a not necessarily, the leading person at the university, but definitely sort of head of your department. The person that's sort of leading a lot of the magical studies at Moorgrave right now is a dwarven woman named Helga Oakenborn.
Okay.
She's definitely older in years, probably older than even Aunt Fulcia. And has been sort of the magical overseer of the university for probably 2 to 3 centuries at this point. And probably has the reputation of being sort of one of those just old people who got in and no one has gotten the, the support to take her place. And so she's just kind of been the constantly reigning person over the magical departments. But specifically, the nature of this meeting is for you to meet your new academic advisor, the new intermediary between you, your internship, and your studies.
Cool. This feels very sad.
Probably is a little bit sad. So, you make your way, one mid-afternoon, just leaving Oleg's, to go meet Professor Oakenborn in her office. And her office is, of course, quite a bit larger, much more grand than the offices you've normally seen. Probably double in size. Everything, rather than being made of this beautiful rich wood, is made of this almost like dark crystal-like substance. So rather than a wooden desk, it's this smooth, black, purplish crystal like obsidian.
That's cool.
The frames on all the paintings on the wall are made of the same crystal. It's much more ornate, but a lot of the landscape artwork and decorations that cling to the walls are that of the Dwarven kingdoms. And so it's very heritage-based, albeit a lot older than probably stuff you'd see nowadays. But Professor Oakenborn, as you walk in, she stands up, and so does your new advisor. You see, standing up from his chair across from Oakenborn's desk, your first instinct, and of course Varian's mind just from one thing to another. You see a Warforged. You see a very large Warforged. No, it's not a Warforged. It doesn't have a metal head. It's a little thick to be a Warforged. It's more like plate armor, so maybe it's not a Warforged. No, that is someone wearing a large metal suit, even down to boots and gauntlets. The helm, though, that's a weird helm. It's made of glass. That's not a helm. And you realize you're looking at a person wearing a equivalent of sort of a metal, BioShock mid-century diving suit. except at the neck, it is bolted a large glass dome where you see the large, flat face of a catfish looking at you with slight bubbles bubbling out into the water.
That's so cool.
And Professor Oakenborn says, "Oh, Varian, thank you for meeting with us. Go ahead and make the
of course.
introductions here. This is your new advisor, visiting Professor Urlurg Bibble Pulidip."
Okay, I'm super gonna need you to spell that.
I will put it into both.
Bradley made this character, by the way.
Yes, he did.
I believe it.
I will put it into both Discord and Google Meets, so that way people at home could, or I can show so people at home can read this absolutely atrocious name.
Yet another fish man.
Urlurg Bibble Pulidip. And he says, "Don't be ridiculous, Professor Oganant. Please, just call me Professor Pulidip."
And how does sound come from this person?
It's magical, actually. He
Okay.
bubbles out as if he were speaking, but it definitely resonates from some kind of magical contraption, more magical enchantment built into the metal suit he wears. And he walks over. He stands like 2 feet taller than you. Says, "Marion, it's amazing to finally meet you."
I just kind of doing my best to hide, and I don't know. Is this a weird thing for Varian to see? Is this something that would bring surprise into his mind?
Definitely surprise.
Cool. Just a little bit wide-eyed, but trying to hide it as best as possible. I just pleasure.
Well, little about me, I guess. I'm from the Eldine Reaches. I'm an awakened catfish raised by Kuatoa turned academic. The greatest story arc of anyone I've ever known.
That's
so humble,
amazing.
I think so as well. And I've read all of your file from your previous advisor. May he rest in peace.
Indeed.
Well, I guess Professor Oakenborn, take it away. Varian. He smacks the seat that's next to his chair and says, "I saved you a seat."
Thank you. I go and sit down next to this catfish man.
He's the killer.
He's fucking killed me. I know that.
And they essentially all she does is sort of go a little bit beyond of what your student file says. Because basically on the record, you're just doing an internship with a local inquisitive agency to prepare you for future Madani enterprises. However, it's a little bit more than that, obviously, now. And so, Professor Oakenborn, she doesn't get into too many details, but she sort of touches on that it's not just a sit and observe type internship. You are very active in it. But, of course, now speaking to your advisor, she says Varian is still expected to uphold all of his responsibilities in his coursework and any other extracurriculars, things of that nature. So, it will be up to you, Professor, that he maintains all of those. His grades stay in shape. He's able to uphold all of his internship. He's supposed to meet with you roughly once a month or every once in a while at your discretions to discuss the internship, make sure it's all going well. So you can fit that around your own schedules. But other than that, I guess Varian, I know this might be a bit of a shock, knowing with what happened to your previous advisors a few days ago. We are, of course, mourning his loss. There is we're having a ceremony here this weekend for his loss. But if you need flexibility regarding any of this, please let us know.
I would like to be in attendance if at all possible.
Of course. And of course your life was in danger, so if you need to take time off, you're more than welcome to. We can't even imagine what you've gone through, so yes, of course, if you need weeks off, days off, truly whatever you need, just let us know.
I very much appreciate it, but I think I'll be fine. I think immersing myself in my studies and my internship is what I need right now.
She starts to just continually dig deeper. You can tell that she's like, really? Are you sure? And as she starts to give this look, your new advisor,
My new advisor, Professor Ulug Bibble Pooladib. Am I saying that right?
yes, your new advisor, Professor Pooladib,
Professor Pooladib,
he
naturally.
claps his massive metal arm on your shoulder. It probably hurts so bad. And he says, "The boy's a titan! He can do whatever he sets his mind to. His record proves that." She says, "Well, there's more just beyond the record. He's an actual living, breathing student. At least he can breathe normal air, am I right?" And he, elbows you. Says, "He'll be fine." And he, smacks his hand down, and then he elbows you and says, "Right! You're all right. You're doing just fine."
Yes. Thank you. I've handled it up until now, and I believe I can continue to handle it.
Wonderful! And he stands up ready to leave, and the head of the department, Dr. Oakenborn,
This guy is a real working for the weekend kind of vibe. I love it.
She interjects and looks at you and says, "And any questions or concerns or anything?"
Remind me of it. Did we come up with an established name for my old advisor?
Yes, I'll have to look at my notes. Mostly because I wrote down, this is the advisor's name. He's now dead.
Yeah. The only time he was ever on screen, so to say, he was actually dead and being impersonated, so...
I mean, let's see here. I think it was session 21? No, that can't be right. Oh shit, no. I remember when it was.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've thrown a wrench. If I've thrown a wrench in this, God. Yes.
Ludwig Trenowith. Professor Trenowith.
Okay. Ludwig Trenowith. Okay. Did Professor Trenowith have family?
Yes, wife, children, grandchildren, whole lot.
Do you know the funeral home that's taking care of it?
Yes, we do. We have an arrangement with the Elven Chapel nearby. Insert name here. They will be handling all of his services and things.
Thank you then. If there's nothing else, I think I'll be on my way. It's wonderful to meet you, Professor Pulidip. I look forward to working together. Professor Oakenborn, always a pleasure.
And as you go to leave, Professor Pulidip gives you his office number. Of course, it is a little bit different than what your previous advisor was, because that office is non-existent for the time being.
Yeah.
But he does give you an assignment before you totally part ways.
Cool.
He says, now, this should be the last thing on your plate, but I want to get to know you, this internship, what you're doing. So, by the end of the week, at some point, just a couple pages, journal entry, whatever it might be, just tell me about what you've been doing in your internship, your studies, what you're pursuing, what you're interested in. I just want to get to know you like that. So just tell me everything. Just in, whatever form is easiest for you.
Sure, of course. I'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Now, I do know about the Madani Ild Basilisk. No, the Basilisk Eye is the symbol. I wrote it down. It's in my off. Whatever.
Hospitality.
No. The guild run by House
The
Madani.
Warning Guild.
The Warning Guild. Yes.
Yes.
Is that an aspiration of yours? Is that where you want to you end up? What you want to be when you grow up?
Perhaps. I think I would be well suited for it, just based on my skill set. But who knows? I've got a few more years on my degree. So that's certainly somewhere to start.
Well, I have that paper on my desk by end of day this week. It's just whatever it's easiest for you. I know you've had a lot going on, so take your time. Good day.
Good day to you too, sir.
And you can pretty much hear him leave the building for the next 5 minutes just because his big metal suit clanking and bumping into everything. But
amazing.
He takes his leave. Thank you, Bradley, for that
Thank you.
NPC that has been on hold literally for 6 months.
I do have one quick thing.
Yes.
We don't have to roleplay it out, but I wanted to go to the Elven Chapel, and I don't know if I have the money to like cover the funeral, but I'd like to. If I don't, I'd like to chip in as much as possible.
That's fine. We'll call it 10 gold. You could purchase things like flowers and various decorations, things like that.
Sure. And I'll make it anonymous.
Sure. And on that, I'm going to Toilet Cat, however. Does anyone else need a Toilet Cat? Raise some hands.
Sure.
Alright, that's a
I
majority.
could go for a piss right now.
Sure. We'll take a quick, short break and be back here in just a few minutes to keep
Whatever
picking
makes
up
you feel
where we
good,
left
buddy.
off. There we go. Nope. Put it down. So I don't have time to get it all set up, and we'll be here for way later. So that was wrapping up variants. Now we're on to Cornelius.
Hello.
Oh man, no biggie. So, let's see what I've got in store for you here. Sweet. I'll let Austin decide. Do you want to go meet Ipa first, or do you want to do your working case files for the week stuff first?
Ipa. Go meet Ipa. That'll be fun.
Rad. Starting off with the interesting one.
I bet you can ask Carson. I've talked about wanting to. I was like, I really want to go talk to that lady at the university. Like for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm like, I want us to have like just the little moment that I can do that.
Yes. She owns her own private library collection in Upper Dura called the Biblioteca del Prisma. So, she is a member of the Gold Concord, the third out of 4 highest rankings of the Aurum. She is the curator, sort of owner and proprietor of this library. Fairly, angular pointed, slender features, dark, nearly like onyx black skin, bright golden eyes, and this tight cornrowed, pure, bright white hair that runs down her back. You recall that the first time she met you, she referred to you as Kalishtar, but also sort of balked at you. She sort of shied away and feared away from you, until eventually told you to come speak with her privately at her collection. So, while working cases, you make the time and go meet her. So now imagine Cornelius and probably the invisible Squinch walking through this obscenely quiet library. It is too quiet. There's cases of old artifacts, podiums containing old ancient books, and eventually you see the visage of Ipa, a Kalishtar woman. You exchange pleasantries, and she says, well, I thought you had been arrested. Thought you were gone for good.
Not quite. Let me go on good behavior.
Can't tell if that's hard to believe or what, but either way, here, take a seat at that table over there. And she just, points at essentially like a small little library study table. And she goes and gets a bit of coffee, a few sort of old books, and sets them down. So, now I know I probably left you with plenty of questions, but I guess I don't really know what you don't know. So what is it that you do want to know? What? And you can see that she, all the while, she's like avoiding eye contact, like uncomfortable. You can just immediately tell.
Well, first point of order is clearly you have some kind of aversion to me. When I first met you, seemed afraid of me. You're trying to get away from me, distancing yourself. You're acting a bit uncomfortable now. We've never met before the first time we met, as far as I can recollect. And there seems to be some kind of animosity there. I want to understand that. You mentioned something about an inspired quarry host. You were looking at the articles about it that they had posted up in the Aurum gallery, and you made a few mentions to Kalishtar, which, I know we talked about that a little bit last time. It's still a little fresh, but message received. But I'm not quite understanding why there's so much animosity. Dude, like, we've never met before. I remember most of the people I meet. Is it something like a Kalishtar have aversion to other Kalishtar? Because if that's the case, I don't have any I'm not experiencing that.
She eventually says, okay, so don't seem no. Just put out your hands, palms up. You don't
All right.
mind.
If you give me just a moment, please. And he's gonna like take off his coat because he probably just didn't even think about it. He's so used to keeping it on. Takes off his coat, rolls up his sleeves of his shirt, and just puts his hands out.
She puts her hands on your hands and looks into your eyes, and it's not just like she makes eye contact while having a conversation. She looks into your eyes and holds eye contact. And eventually she takes in a deep breath and closes her eyes. Now, Austin, if you'll make me a charisma saving throw.
Oh boy. I'm not sure if I should roll well or not. Charisma saving throw, that is a 19.
Several moments pass of Ipa sitting there in silence with her eyes closed. And eventually she opens them, and you can see a very clear relaxation to her posture. Alright, so you don't... You don't know about any of it, it seems. Ori, Kalishtar, the Dreaming Dark, any of that?
No. I have to say I don't. I will say the whatever the name Dreaming Dark is supposed to mean, that's a little concerning. But that sounds not good. To say the least.
You're a detective, private investigator.
That I am.
So, okay. You're familiar with the concept of ghost spirits, world beyond death, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so now imagine, similarly, a world beyond dreams. You wouldn't have dreamed if... So when people sleep, they have imaginations, hallucinations of events and people and things. Now, are you familiar with the concept of nightmares? Have you heard people talk about having a terrible dream that keeps them up at night?
Yeah, I'm aware of the concepts of dreams and nightmares and things.
So,
I always just thought it was like something that is like I didn't really have. Just whatever.
Well, there's a reason for that. So now imagine, so like angels and devils. There's also good dreams and bad dreams, dreams and nightmares. I am what is called a Kalishtar, a being that a person. I'm still, mortal like anyone else, but I am tied, connected to a good dream. These dreams are dream spirits, ideas of people and things that exist in another plane of life, the universe. Kalishtar are bonded with certain benevolent dream spirits. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
So, there's also the antithesis of that. There are people bonded to the bad dreams, the nightmares that exist in the dreaming world, the dreaming realm.
I think I might get where this is going.
I thought you had one of those. You had this evil about you, to say the least. You had this other worldly, this darkness that whenever I tried to sense to reach your quarry, is what the good spirits are called. Well, really, all the spirits are called. What I tried to reach your good quarry spirit, and I couldn't. I got something dark in return. I assumed it was bad. But apparently not. It's in there. There's just something standing in the way. Does that ring any bells? Is that...
When you say, okay, let me, hang on. Kind of like sits there for a second and it's just like, does like physically doing this bit, like putting, just... Okay, so you're saying physically in the way. So what you're saying is you tried to reach out to this dream essence thing that I'm supposed to have, and you found something dark. You thought it was one of the evil ones. Are you saying now that there is a good one in there, but something different is there? That is kind of like a wall, like two different things there, or is that's kind of what it sounds like you're saying? And I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Two different things. I don't think it's a good a night. I've never seen such a thing. It might be a nightmare and good dream, a good quarry spirit battling for control, I guess. It could be something else. Whether it's a malevolent deity, a god, or a demon, or a devil, or something else entirely. I don't know, but from what I can tell, this is not news now. I don't know what... If you have a quarry spirit inside of you, a good quarry spirit, I think, but it's in a cage. It's in a prison of some sort. I'm not sure what means entirely. I've never seen such a thing, but might be able to help you find out.
You know what? Yeah. I want to figure all this business out.
You feel, you feel a hot breath on your face.
That is so gross.
And
I'm sure it smells like whiskey and cigarettes.
It definitely does. And you hear Squinch whisper, say, "Man, she's fucking lost it. What is she talking about? Spirits, quarry, dream, not to you."
I send him away.
You send him away.
I just shunt him into his little world.
Man, if you could feel him throwing himself against the wall, my God, you would.
It's just, as soon as he starts to talk, I'm like, nope, this is not the time.
Here's muffled screaming, "You motherfucker!"
Sometimes I hear things. Sometimes I see things that aren't really there. Sometimes I hear things and sometimes I see things that I have been led to believe might just be weird dreams. If we, as Kalishtar, don't dream, then it's something else, right? That makes sense to me. I've never really understood how I could do some of the things that I could do. But if this being Kalashtar things with this quarry thing is like the direction that it goes. If nothing else, I would like to understand what I am capable of. If not just knowing what is going on, does that make sense? So yes, I would like
capable
to
of what do you do? What do you think are not or are quarry powers at hand?
Well, to be honest, it all sounds like it's muddled together to me because there is something there. It's not like a single thing. It's not like I like dream about a single like person, a creature, or something like that. It's almost like masses of different kinds of people or faceless things or this, that, and another. It's this weird, like, it's kind of like what people describe as a nightmare. Nothing bad happens to me. Weird stuff will happen to me. I remember I had a weird, some kind of weird experience recently, and I heard something in this dream. I guess I'll just keep calling them a dream at this point because it makes sense to me. I kept hearing this melody in this dream, and it was something that it felt like it was tied to something I was doing. It's like somebody was giving me a little push, but it's always it's just this creepy, like gray, colorless place essentially, and I'm surrounded by and I see people that have no faces or weird faces, all different kinds and shapes and sizes, heights, short, tall, all the whole 9 yards. And every so often I get this little, it's almost like a little push. And you're talking about this quarry thing, and like maybe it's this like dream spirit, or you're talking about this maybe something that's standing in the way. I don't really know what's what. If quarry, these dreams can give us capabilities beyond the normal mortal person, just like an everyday person, maybe the stuff that I can do with the kinds of strange things I can do with thoughts and minds, and maybe that has something to do with it, or maybe it's whatever is blocking it. I don't know what's what, because these are all things that are new to me. I don't understand them. I just know I could do these things. I'm just now putting an explanation to it. I don't know which one's the right explanation,
Yeah. So you would like to reach out to your quarry spirit if you can.
Yeah, I think I would.
She tops off coffee and says, "Take whatever you'd like. I'll get what we need. Take a moment to collect yourself. We'll be on our way." And she steps away and sort of gives you a moment to just kind of breathe and assess.
And as soon as she kind of like steps out of, I guess, like either out of sight, if that is a possibility, or just like a decently amount away, I'm gonna bring Squinch back, and I'm just gonna go, shh. Now is not the time. Now is not the time to be a wise ass or a wisecrack. All right? I'm being serious. We gotta be serious right now. Whatever the fuck is going on, whatever this, and it kind of like gesture a little as like whatever is this little bond has started out as, whatever the fuck is doing this to you and me both. We might have some answers waiting. Okay. I remember the last time I put you in there, and I know you said not to do it, and I'm sorry. And I know that you said you didn't have that it was not a pleasant experience. If we can sort something out, kind of start to understand what's happening here, maybe I can get you out of that for good. All right?
He nods his head, but there's still so much fury in his face.
You can yell at me later. I'll take that one. That's on me.
So eventually, Eva comes back with a variety of implements. Chalk to draw on the table, candles, incense, variety of stuff. And she sort of eventually begins to lead you in a meditation. She doesn't say anything. She just leads you in a very quiet meditation. And normally in a bustling city like Sharn, there's no such thing as totally quiet. But in this library in the upper city, with no one else in here, it gets quiet. You're not sure how long passes. And eventually you feel yourself kind of jolt awake as if you sort of doze, you know, how everyone does, dozing off in class and then jolting awake out of just sheer horror.
I'll like accidentally headbutt the desk and just
Exactly.
Yeah.
That happens. And when you jolt up, you're sitting in your office. Paperwork and case files scattered everywhere. And the thing that jolted you awake was a sharp knock at the door and a slight silhouette in the glass. Then on your desk, sitting a shot glass.
God damn it.
Full of oily, clear, shiny liquid.
And the silhouette is still in the frosted window of the office door. Okay.
Yes.
I will open a drawer on the desk. I will very carefully place the shot glass in the drawer, and I will close it very slowly as to not spill anything, because I've been down this road before. And I will stand up, and I will go over to just kind of open the door, see who's behind it.
Okay. Make a charisma saving throw for me.
Fuck me running. 12.
Oh no!
Oh shit.
Austin, no. You have multiple points of inspiration, by the way, in case you want to see what's on the other side.
Fuck it, why not? Why
Okay.
not? I want to see what's on the other side. Come on. All right, this one.
Well, I will go ahead and tell you, I guess we'll say before you do anything. I heard you roll the die, but we'll say, in case you change your mind. This roll is not whether or not it is successful. This roll determines who is on the other side of the door. So we'll say you made the first roll a 12. You have the 2 points of inspiration. I will let you decide what you do.
What do you mean who's on the other side of the door? What's that supposed to mean?
You see this? You see a silhouette on the other side of the door.
Oh, what is that supposed to mean? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I will use the point of inspiration. Let's just, you know, why not? Let's find out what happens.
Okay.
That one was a 25.
10 4. You open the door to your inquisitive office in a place where you live. And on the opposite side is a very small, sort of one-bedroom cabin. You see a
log cabin?
like a log or stone type cabin. There's a small stove burning at one end. There's a cot with a room divider around it and a small table, at which is a pot of coffee and a human-looking old lady that has to at least be 80 or 90 years old absolutely ancient, sitting by herself in this tiny one-room cabin. She has these, like, kind of wide doe eyes that are milky with cataracts and visual impairments, wearing all varieties of sweaters and robes over her, and a cane leaning up against the table. And as you open your door and into this cabin, she looks up. It's you! Oh my goodness, please have a seat, please!
And he just kind of like, and then just walks over, sits down, and goes, "I'm sorry. Have we met?"
Yes, no, oh goodness me, I didn't think it would. Oh goodness, I am your quarry spirit. If a bit weakened and small, and you look at her and she sort of has that old lady shrink to her. Like if she stood up, she'd be like 4'1/4". Like she would be very small standing up. Yeah, very small. Gosh, I've been waiting for so long. Well, and you see that she's just overcome with you opening this door. Says, my name is Ishara. I've been your quarry spirit for many years now, and, so, did you get my reminder, my message, the song, the tune?
So that was you.
Yes, I remember hearing it so long ago when you visited that greasy pub. And I just needed you to hear it again. And yes, that was me.
So if the song came from you, then did you happen to be responsible for all the crazy faceless things standing around me at the same time?
Unfortunately, yes. I couldn't remember what any of the people looked like that you had met or interacted with. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I just wanted to make sure that it was you. That was all just the same thing. I don't understand. How did you and how did this? What is? I'm a little confused. Don't mind me.
Do you want the short story or the long story?
The more detail the better. However, I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know what's happening to me right now.
And at this point, go ahead and make this time just a straight up charisma check.
Just a
straight up charisma check.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good.
That is a 5 total. So otherwise known as a 1 on the die. That's why it's not good. Because I can't roll today.
Make either an insight or investigation check for me.
Insight or investigation, which one am I better at? Oh, great. Without the ring of truth-telling attuned, it's the same. Joe. 12. Insight, 12.
You tell her to tell the long story, more or less. She says, I am a quarry spirit of dreams. I had my own quarries. I was like you. I was a Kalashar who didn't know what was going on, and my own quarry spirit. Her name was Wolfera. Yes, Wolfera. That was it was Wolfera, and I had to do a similar thing. I had to figure out who she was, and I also had my own split, I guess. I had to find her amid this other evil entity, this evil creature that had imprisoned her. But I'm all right. I'll start from the beginning. And you see that she's starting to do that old lady thing of like, all right, wait, no, go back a couple steps. Now, wait, no, go back a couple steps.
I just before you go on, you said that your spirit when you were a person was Wolfera.
Yes.
Wolfera Martin.
Maybe I just knew her as Wolfera. I never knew. I didn't know when she was alive. Just as my quarry spirit.
Just curious. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Well, I recall. See, this is where it gets a bit tricky. You and me and Wolfera and her quarry spirit and the quarry spirit before them. We all come from the same place. We all, we necessarily weren't alive. We were kind of alive because someone dreamed us. We lived. We were people ourselves. We had lives and hopes, dreams. But, of course, after a time, things happen, and if I recall correctly, our settlement, our civilization in this other plane of it, we're not, at least I am not, well, okay, no, that's Wolfera told. So, our genetic versions are divine create. Alright, hold on, let me start over. You and I, we used to be mortals, living happy people with goals and dreams and aspirations and things like that. But we were all part of a settlement, a civilization, a group, a organization, a cult, a segment of people, a population, whatever you want to call it, who sacrificed, so to speak. Honestly, not that strange. Plenty of civilizations do that, but essentially, part of these sacrifices bound you to a quarry spirit, creating you as a Kalishtar. So, for example, you were sacrificed as a mortal person, and in that process became attached to me. But of course, if you backtrack a couple decades or centuries, I was sacrificed and became attached to Wolfera. Centuries before that, Wolfera was sacrificed and attached to so on and so forth. Alright, are you with me so far?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. She pours a little bit of extra coffee for the both of you. Says, so from there, unfortunately, normally this process is without risk, without cause, but unfortunately, our way of it doesn't necessarily send you to the proper locations. And unfortunately, I think for you, Cornelius, you did not end up in Sharn, or you did not start in Sharn. That might be all you remember from what I've ascertained. Okay, let me backtrack one moment. I think you only remember your time in Sharn, that's correct?
Yes.
See, I've been a part or reading your thoughts and memories and things for some time before that, and I think that your process, your sacrifice into becoming a Kalishtar, if it wasn't too much already, it might be too much now. You didn't necessarily end up in the most cosmopolitan of places. And you see that she gets very meek and like, oh, I'm about to have to deliver some bad news. Oh no.
What is that supposed? I feel like you're gonna tell me what. Yeah. Sorry. Just please continue.
See, unfortunately, all right, I'll give you the chance. I have a very vivid recollection of what happened, and I can either tell you of what happened, or I can show you what happened.
I feel like I'm gonna regret this choice, but just go ahead and show me.
Sure. Finish off your coffee first. Cheers. All right. I'm very sorry. Just go open that door there. And she points at the cabin door that you entered into.
And I go, like, I kind of like push back from the table and I stand up and I just kind of say under my breath and I go, oh, I feel like this is going to be worse than the last trip I took. And then I just whee, open the door like, all right, here we go. We know this is going to suck.
You faintly hear her say behind you, like, I'll have some lunch ready for when you get back. And the door opens. And on the other side, you see just a wide open, desolate plain made entirely of black sand, shards of black volcanic glass jutting out from the sand dunes, and rivers of lava ripping through the surface. You notice as you sort of step forward and start looking at more of everything, chunks of black crystal that dot the plains are covered in just this blood red moss that seems to be growing unnaturally fast over everything, like it's its own living mortal being. You notice that often not too far from here there are some what seem to be trees, but bent over without leaves, just hanging with their limbs straight out. Upon closer inspection, there are leaves, kind of like a willow tree. You see something hanging from the branches. And upon slightly closer inspection, it's just these curtains of slime hanging from the branches and dripping down to the ground. But not too far from you, you see a strange set of standing stones. It's set up in a strange positioning, not too far from where you're at. The sky overhead looks like the normal stars and skies you see. And while this place is vaguely familiar, it doesn't match anything you know offhand.
I'm in like control of my faculties at the moment.
Yep. You're sort of like virtual reality, looking at all this stuff and can move through it freely.
So we're going through the motions of Inception, where I'm a dream within a dream within a dream right now.
Basically.
Great. Incredible.
And actually, I'll throw you an extra bone here. It feels the same in your core as it did in that sort of weird dreamlike state where you saw the faceless people and listened to the song. You're in sort of this second world, this dreamlike state. It feels almost identical to it. So it's like something you've experienced, but something you don't remember. And so now you see all these horrible natural anomalies of the trees, rocks, moss, and sand, and then this stone series of obelisks not too far from you.
I'm gonna go towards the standing stones. Just start walking towards the standing stones. Just kind of like looking around and like making sure that there's like nothing, like no things there. Like, yeah, this place is fucking creepy as hell, but no living things that are like looking at me, coming at me, watching me.
Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Oh boy. Oh, hey, that's not bad. 23.
Don't mind me as I pull the monster manual off my shelf here.
Great. Awesome.
Welcome back, Austin.
Great. You know, there's the part of me that's like, no, Logan's not gonna make me fight something right now. That would be awful. And then I'm just like,
maybe.
Who said I would successfully be fighting it? Be like running away. Could be one of those things where it's just like, oh yeah, no, we're not gonna roll initiative. You're just gonna run or die. Cool.
So
Please don't kill me.
Cornelius.
Great.
You look up.
Okay. Looking up.
To see humanoid creatures with long, pointed ears, tails, and a variety of spikes across their bodies, inching through and across this hellscape of an environment toward you. There's maybe a dozen of them.
Like coming from, like you said, above or at a distance?
At a distance, just on the sand. And as your instincts, that they're medium humanoid size, but they have long tails covered in spikes. Every arm and leg is covered in spikes. Even their head and ears seem to be covered in spikes. But as they start crawling, and eventually they do that horrific thing of crawling, and then they stand up on their back legs and begin into a sprint toward you.
Oh, we're running.
At that moment, when you start to run, you hear a crash as a beam of light smashes into the ground next to the standing stones. And all of these barbed, hideous, demon-like creatures turn toward that crashing sound and begin bolting that way.
Towards the standing stones?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that was where I was gonna go. I'm immediately going to like essentially take cover behind something and just kind of like first make sure that all of them are going for the light, and then like, what the fuck is that?
Yes. Go ahead. First, make a perception check for me.
I think that's a dirty 20. Let me double check. Yes, dirty 20.
Awesome. Dirty 20, they all converge on whatever landed amid these standing stones. In this crater, you see a humanoid figure stand up out of it. Upon further inspection, you see a younger version yourself.
I will start getting closer.
All of these sort of spined, barbed, spiked demon creatures converge on this strange younger version of yourself. And as it does, you hear a faint yell, and then a series of almost like crackles of thunder, but they almost make out words. And then they all retreat. And this younger version of yourself looks around and is almost totally encompassed by this strange fiery shadow made out of this kind of purplish lavender light, and then is whisked away. And then all kind of falls silent. And the younger version of yourself is gone. And then the door behind you swings open.
And I just kind of like get very carefully like back towards the door and then like turn and go in. But as I'm going, I'm like kind of like looking back over my shoulder a little bit as I go in, and then just very quickly shut the door. Just nope.
I need to take a toilet cat break, so Austin,
Cool.
roll on that for a second, and I'll be right back.
Great.
You okay over there, bud?
I'm good. A little worried. I'm good.
Your voice went up in pitch towards the end of that.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. It'll be
You
fine.
know how it is with anguish, where it's like, I don't remember what happened and I don't know what's up with me. Yeah. Hello.
How the tables have turned.
I figured I would make an appropriate opportunity for Logan to have his revenge.
Fair enough.
He's having it. And I am concerned. Because I have like two ideas of actually, you know what? My original first idea of what he was describing is like out the window now because of the whole barbed creatures. Yay! Who got sent to the hells? Woohoo! Yeah, accidentally gets sent to hell.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Oh, okay, there we go. My shit. froze.
Sometimes you have a few too many, things get hazy, you wake up in hell.
Yeah. It's like that Skyrim quest where you drink with the guy named Sam Govine, and it's the Daedric Prince of Revelry, and he's just like, yeah, you party pretty hard, dude. You like ended up marrying like a hag, and
You have to find a fucking goat.
yeah, you stole a giant's goat, and it was a whole thing. Like you like went on a bender with the literal like god of drinking, and just
Wait,
have
is
to
there,
like undo all of the bullshit you did.
is there a hangover style quest in Skyrim?
Yeah,
It's
amazing.
how you get one of the Daedric artifacts.
Amazing.
It's you
It's
basically
a super good quest, honestly.
you go on a bender with the god of drinking, and then you do a bunch of weird quests to you do this long series of, or this moderately short actually series of quests to undo all the stupid things you did, and then you get a cool artifact out of it. So
Skyrim truly is the peak of Bethesda.
Austin, maybe you can get like a Hellboy glove, you know?
oh, like the fucking like his fucking or right hand of
Yeah, yeah.
doom. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Then you just like punch people with my arm made of stone.
I don't think it was a glove. I think his hand was just like that.
I think that was, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
It's like
Which
come back and like,
brings
hey,
up a
guys,
lot of
check out-
questions that I don't think we have time to
Yeah, get a
discuss.
rock hard hand.
so
Yeah.
with that, Austin, you step back
Yeah.
through the door into the cabin where your quarry spirit she's waiting with some savory pitas for lunch, a bit of afternoon tea. However, you do notice that she looks significantly older than she did previously.
Oh.
and is moving a little bit slower than previously. Yes,
Is there a reason that you're aging so fast? I was like gone for like 5 minutes, and sorry if that's rude. I just
No.
realized that, but it's just a very strange thing to be gone for 5 minutes and then suddenly you look like you aged like 30 years. Are you okay?
She kind of hesitates, and you have she essentially says like, "No, I'm fine." But you can tell there's more to it than that. She is trying to spare some further conversation or bad news or things.
Got it. Won't press further yet.
Yet. Says, so yes, here it's, chicken and peppers, pita there. So what you just saw, that was your, arrival after you and I became bonded. You landed in this wasteland, and apparently landed in wrong place, wrong time, and got, rescued? Whisked away by something.
So those things, yeah, spikes, tails. Were those demons? Those were demons. That looked like that. Black sand, black glass, oozing trees, lava, weird spiked creatures with long arms and tails.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Hell, great, awesome.
That's sort of the downside to the way that our people used to do things. Is you didn't really get to say cheers in where you ended up. It was more random, and unfortunately, I think yours wasn't as well placed.
I think if that's what I think that was, not well placed is a huge understatement. just massive understatement. Just how do you miss that? Okay, all right. So that whatever that thing was that swiped me away. Do you know what that is? Do I know what that is and just can't remember it? Like, what's going on here?
Maybe. I know that it's kept me prisoner for however many years, and it's also we've been fighting for that many years. It's sort of like playing a game of chess using someone else's chess set in their house, I guess. I've been struggling against this, whoever they are, whatever this force is, for however many years, and it's sort of their world that I'm fighting against, and it's been impossible to do that.
Their world? What do you mean? I mean, if you're bonded to me, then technically, okay, all right, that's a weird thought. So like my brain, my thoughts, my dreams is kind of like your world, right? Like, so how are you?
And then she starts to have the same, like, this realization. Says, then they must have your own thoughts, dreams, brain on lockdown if they have me on lockdown. And you notice that she starts to get a little bit younger, just a hair, not to where she was, but just a little bit younger.
Yeah. If we were bonded by whatever people did, there's still a lot of oh my gosh. I feel like we could sit here for years and talk about this. If we were bonded together by whatever that happened, and then that thing came in, technically it's on your turf, not its, right? That makes sense to me, right? If you're in my mind, in my dreams, this is your world, that's also a really weird thing. Anyway, this is our turf. So whatever you're fighting against, it's not his turf, it's turf, whatever. It's ours, right?
Makes sense.
And sometimes, as I have learned in my day-to-day life is sometimes you just gotta think something and it happens. I don't know. That's actually very, very uncommon for most people, but maybe you should try doing that. Thinking, this is my turf. Maybe it'll do. I don't know. Anyway, but you never in all this time you've never gotten a name. You've never had any formalities. I know some people they'll have duels and stuff, and they're like, I am Sir such and such, and you are Sir such and such, or whatever. You never had that one of those moments.
I've been reading your friend Spike's books too much. That doesn't happen very often.
Well, I don't. That's just what I assumed. People with more money than I will ever count in my entire life, and where the only things they have to worry about is this concept of duty and honor, because they don't have to worry about starving to death tomorrow. Do with their time. Anyway, but never once you've gotten a name.
No, and
Have
that
you
might be
seen
part
them?
of the. That's part of the power, I think, is not knowing the kind of name. Your little friend Squinch. He might have an idea. Because that's I will go ahead and say Squinch is not mine. No, not my doing.
Wonderful.
That is a wretched little creature. That's not my doing.
Hey, he's growing on me, okay?
And now I'm
not
having
so
second
bad.
thoughts about you. I don't.
Oh, thank you. Look, you give him some whiskey and some cigarettes, and you tell him to shut up every so often, and he starts to grow on you. You know
That sounds like my mother. I don't even.
that.
And
Honestly, if your mother's like Squinch, I'm so sorry.
yeah. And Cornelius, there's a weird moment of like comfort, like homely comfort, sitting and chatting with her that you have not felt in who knows how long.
Ever, possibly. Who knows? I don't remember things. Literally or figuratively.
And she takes a sip of her coffee, and you probably do as well. And she says, "Oh, it's getting cold." And you look at the hearth, and it's kind of burning down, very low temp. She says, "I think it's about time."
Yeah, I'm getting the idea that time might be up. Usually this doesn't last so long. So, not these dreams, so to speak.
And she clasps your hand and she says, My name is Ishara. I'm a quarry spirit. I am meant to guide you into this life. I do my best fighting whatever this is. Any last questions for me? I will help in any way I can.
I'm sure I had a lot of actual questions to ask, and sitting here just talking, I may have forgotten. But, nah, just a statement.
And then finally... Oh, go ahead.
Just a statement, kind of like the last little thing that he says before it's time to go. Kick its ass.
And with that, make a charisma saving throw.
Great. $13. I hope that's good. Please. Gonna get sucked into a dark, shadowy realm before I get to go home.
She gets the slightest bit younger as you finish your conversation. Some of the wrinkles begin to fade. And as you open the door and step through, you wake up sitting in the quiet library of the Biblioteca del Prisma with Ipa. And you notice that Squinch next to you taps you on your side.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns visible. And he's
What
not necessarily...
doing?
He's the pot-bellied Squinch you have grown to know and love.
Mm-hmm.
He has a little bit more of a hunch to his back, a few extra wrinkles under his imp eyes, and a little wispy salt and pepper mustache. So, how'd it go?
And of course he just kind of pops visible, and it's like, oh, he's been invisible the whole time. Oh shit, Ipa doesn't know he exists. And it's kind of like that thought. It's kind of like it's like a little sliver of thought in my brain going, oh shit, she doesn't know he exists. Oh god, he just made himself visible. And then I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? Are you good, buddy? You don't look so hot, man. What the fuck is going?
I think I should take a nap. It's 2 o'clock. Yeah, been working all morning. I need to take a little snoozer.
And I'm just kind of like very slowly and quietly putting my hand up towards Ipa and just going, bear with me for a second. Just please don't freak out.
And you notice, like, as he's talking, he's missing, like, one of his front teeth. He looks like a few years older. Just like, it went well.
Well is a way to put it. I feel like I have more questions than answers so far. Do you feel And I just kind of like stop for. He just kind of like stops for a second. Just, Ipa, do you have a hand mirror I can borrow? Also, sorry, I'll explain this in a minute. And just like doesn't take it. Like is just like trying to like. He's putting 2 and 2 together in his brain, but he's just like, I need him to understand what's happening.
Yeah, and a few moments pass. She eventually comes back with like a little hand mirror. She looks deeply uncomfortable at whatever's happening.
And I just kind of like, hey buddy, do me a favor. Don't freak out. And I hold up the mirror and show him that he has aged considerably.
He definitely that's all like a oh.
Just don't freak out. No noise. It's very quiet in here.
That's what is that? It's what it. Oh my. Oh God! What did you do? Oh.
It's like Adam Sandler waking up in Click.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh God,
What
I
a
now
pull.
very fully remember that movie because you mentioned it. Jesus Christ,
Right?
Alan. Wow. What a throwback.
So you
what a
see
throwback to
that
watching any Adam Sandler movie.
at
to be honest.
any episode. Yeah, so Squinch definitely has a reality check seeing his own reflection, and then immediately blames you. That assumes that you did something.
Yeah, probably. That sounds right. I didn't do any shit. Well, shit.
I mean, I could. He like changes into a rat.
Does he look like an older rat?
He looks like
Like
a
he
little
looks-
salt and pepper rat. It's
Cute, gross.
I still got it, but oh God. Oh, what did she do?
it.
What did she do? That witch.
She didn't do anything, Squinch. She didn't do anything at all. And I kind of like slide the mirror back across the table, and I look at her, and I look at Ipa, and I say, I appreciate that. I learned a lot more than I knew before I came here. I have a problem. And I don't know how to deal with it, but also hi, Ipa, Squinch, Ipa. This is my little buddy. I threw a shot glass of a weird liquid into a trash can and he came out. So that's literally exactly what happened. I'm not exaggerating.
And in Infernal, she does not understand it, but you probably pick up that Squinch is definitely cursing her in Infernal, like, you motherfucker! And she's just like, hi, nice to meet you.
I met my quarry. Sweet old lady. Truly. Nice little cabin, cozy fire, good coffee. You were right. There's something there that is blocking the way, and it's not the first time.
You see that she immediately, just even strangely, describing that, oh, she's a nice old lady in a cabin. Ipa immediately gets a look of concern. She says, from what I know, Ori sort of age with you, alongside you, and they don't necessarily live in an alternate area. They live with you. So if you were in the library, you would meet them in the library. Oh, and you hear an old lady screechy voice in the back of your head say, oh, we're just gonna become an old encyclopedia entry. Oh no, she's gonna write it all down. That's so embarrassing. And but that's the first time you've heard like a concrete voice in the back of your head.
She seems very concerned that we're going to become an encyclopedia entry. No offense.
She's
Thank you. I can now hear an actual voice in the back of my head, not just a cacophony of creepy ass, multiple voices of varying pitches and it's. You know, things have just, now that I think about it, wow, I am surprised I am not crazy yet. I might be, who knows.
And at this point, Ipa stands up. And she calls to someone who's just entered the library and says, welcome. And you turn and look over your shoulder and see the ever beautiful, pale-skinned, blonde-haired visage of Ithranel Adana walk into the library and wave hello to Ipa. They exchange pleasantries. Ipa turns to you and says, well, I need to get back to work, so I guess good luck. You can pop back in here whenever you see fit. But of course, take some time, use some meditations like we just did, and we'll talk in the future.
Thanks. And I just kind of squinch and have him turn invisible. And since he's still a rat, I'm just going to like stuff him in my pocket or whatever. And I'm just going to go to walk out, kind of like wave at Ithranel and go, hey, how you doing?
And she stops you immediately as you start to wave. She says, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in so long.
Oh, you know, just
a couple weeks.
Yeah, just just taking care of a few things here and there.
Have you gone to visit Varian? I heard he got hurt.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he and I went for drinks the other evening, and apparently this house killer attempted to assassinate him. And unfortunately, I had to... Yeah, it was truly terrible.
Oh, shit, I gotta go check on the kid.
I think he's fine. I think he's at home now. For some reason, he's still keeping up with all of his classes.
You know, he's very determined. He's a very determined worker. But it's nice to see you again. Thank you for telling me.
Do you plan on heading to see him sometime soon?
Yeah, I've just got to check in with everybody, and then I'm gonna check in everybody. I might go talk to him, see how he's doing, and things like that.
I'll gladly pay you as I would, any other messenger for this kind of service. But and she pulls out a stamped letter. Says, if you could deliver this to Varian, and you know what? She pulls out a stack, like a thick stack of envelopes, and hands one to you, but she hands one specifically stamped for Varian. She says, if you could drop this one off for Varian if you happen to stop by and see him, and this one's for you. I'm hosting an event later this week. honestly, you're the first one that's gotten this advice. We'll keep it on the, keep it quiet for a little while. But if you go to visit Varian, please give him this on my behalf.
Sure will. I've got a lot on my mind, so please, I apologize. I'm gonna go about my day. I hope you have a good day.
Of course. And she, waves at you as you part and head out about your business.
And as I step outside, the first thing I'm going to do is, since she said something about Varian seeming to be okay, or having come out of it okay, I'm gonna cast Sending to Varian. And
so Varian will assume that, after your advisor meeting, you go about your own studying and other business as usual.
And I'm just gonna go, hey, I literally just heard that, you got hurt. I was checking in on you. I just ran into Ithranel while talking to somebody I know. She told me about it. She wants me to give you a letter. Just checking in on you, man.
Austin, thank you so much for playing along with it all. Like that. Yeah, you are helping me as the DM just stir the shit out of this pot. Like
Shit.
Okay, after a brief moment, you get kind of a frantic response of just like, I'm fine. Is she still there? Ithranel Donna, is she still there? Please respond quickly.
And I guess I'll burn my other spell slot to cast Sending because he wants me to do it quickly.
That's fine.
And I'll say, yeah, she just walked into the place I was leaving. I literally just left a second ago. She gave me a letter for you. Why? What's up?
Okay, I can't. Fuck. Is she still in the place? He's Cornelius is at right now.
Presumably, from
Like
what
she
he
just
said.
went in,
and also presumably Cornelius does not have the communicrystals that you all have.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I got the communicrystal whenever we. Oh yeah, that's right, I did because I played this the first session that we met.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
And I got the crystal. Yeah,
So
first
you
session
can.
So
Okay, yeah,
fuck
we'll
it.
do-
I used the communicrystal instead of sending.
Perfect.
Yeah, fuck
Just
it.
perfect.
Yeah, which was
I forgot
something
all
that was
about that.
factoring into my communications, and I'm just like, tell me where you are right now. I'll come to you.
Okay, Biblioteca del Prisma. I forget what district it's actually in. It might be my notes.
Aberdura.
Up there, right? I feel like I actually had that in my notes, but I have a lot of notes.
That's fine.
The Biblioteca del Prisma Apadura. I just spoke to one of the ladies I met at the gala, that gallery that we went to. She just walked in, and I just left. Look, man, are you okay? You sound a bit. You sound a bit out of sort. Like I know that you just got injured and everything.
Look, I'll explain later.
Okay, just get.
Keep her in
I'll
your
be
sight.
here.
Don't let her know you're keeping her in your sight. And I like frantically message everybody else. I'm just like, we got a lead. And am I coming out for my advisor's appointment right now?
Sure.
Where is the university in relation to this place?
I think easily within a half hour. However, it's at most like 2 districts over, maybe just a single district over. So not far.
Cool. I'll cast Fly on myself and just start zooming off towards Cornelius.
So Varian sounds really frantic about it and is like, and it's just like, keep your eye on her, but don't let her know. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but this is what I'm good at. And I'm gonna be like, hey, Squinch, buddy, you think you're not too fat and old to fly?
You start asking that, and he says, "What?"
And then I just use the mental connection instead of trying to talk to him.
Pulls out a comically sized ear trumpet from out of nowhere.
Like Wild Wild West. Anybody?
just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just dumps earwax. Hello. So gross. And I just speak to him in my mind since he is clearly too old to hear now. Put yourself in a flying form, something quiet. I know you're a little bit on the stoved up side. Stay invisible. Don't make a damn sound. Follow Ithranel.
Okay, with that, before we move on, I need to touch on other people's downtime things before we get, because I didn't expect this to turn into a whole thing.
I did not either.
So
Hey man, you put the woman who murdered me in. I'm gonna go after her.
don't worry about it. So yes, Oleg does his research
my
and has
part.
Oleg does his research and has sex. We need to touch on
Yeah. Oleg's eggs crystal, all just like thrown across the room somewhere, buzzes impotently.
Then it'll be Alan and Donovan. And Alan, I want you to know,
Yeah.
whenever I wrote down all of your D20 rolls, I wrote down the first sort of 3 letters of people's names. But for some reason, my mind did a weird thing, and I wrote down Donovan, Don, Alan. You gotta mix it up, and then everyone else's real name. So I only wrote down Jacob's character's name, and then everyone's real names.
Incredible.
Yeah, me too, Jacob. I wonder what that means. Maybe I should talk to a counselor or a therapist about that.
Whatever you're working through, man, leave me out of it.
I like seeing the timeline of like, you know, the effort put in and then where it fell.
I think part of me thought, like, oh man, Donovan. Okay, man, Killian is too complicated of letters, but A-L-L, that's really easy, so I'll write that down. And then it just started from there. With these roles, Killian is next, and arguably, Alan, you had the easiest of downtime activities.
Yeah.
The first...
I was gonna ask, is this like we're taking a break or we're waiting to see if somebody finds a new lead?
This will be we're taking a break, and you can leave it up to me to drop in when the new lead happens. Is that fair?
Because I was thinking, like, if Killian's like taking a break, he wouldn't have his communicator.
Oh.
If he's waiting for a new lead, he would have that on him.
Then I guess that's up to Killian. Presumably people are returning to their everyday jobs and pursuing individual leads. So that would kind of be up to you whether, you know, you take the actual couple days off or kind of take the days off but keep your community crystal handy.
I think he'd take it off for at least half the week.
That works for me. The first the first activity you would do, now, this will be more for the group, to kind of talk through. When I imagine a week of downtime, like in real life, I don't imagine it as like, oh, it's just a week to do whatever you want. This is a week that, you know, you cook meals for yourself, you go do laundry, you read for pleasure, you do other things for pleasure, you take walks around the city, you talk and hang out with friends. And then in the meantime, you do things you kind of want to do or participate in activities you want to do. So it's not necessarily just like, oh, an entire week of 24-hour days to do whatever I want. Like, there's still a lot to consider. So, Killian, in this sort of few days of vacation time, you spend it with your kids. So, if you would, for us, and also people watching, I don't even know if anybody's watching, I don't even have OBS pulled up anymore. See...
We've got Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. that's the downside of having the mindset of like, I'm just here to play D&D with my friends. Is that I come into this just like, I'm just here to play D&D with my friends, and then I forget that people might be watching.
Hello, people.
Yeah, so
Hello.
hello people. I'm just here to play D&D with my friends. Thank you for following and subscribing. If you do, I'm just here to play D&D with my friends for the time being. So Alan,
Yeah.
during his, he is a hardworking man in the King's Citadel, the FBI of Breland, this nation.
Yeah.
In his time off, it makes perfect sense that he would spend time with his family, his kids, and his partner, his spouse. So during your town time, you said you would sort of teach them some of the skills that your dad taught you, which includes sort of taking walks around the city of Sharn, and sort of playing games of see if you can sneak past this person. How many hats were in this room? That's for Jacob in this psych reference. And I bet you can't.
Oh my god, I know that.
Yeah, there you go. How
I like
many?
psych. Yeah.
Like the pilot or something?
Yeah, it's like the fucking
A
very
beanie
first
is a
season.
cap. It's not a hat.
It's not a hat. So essentially challenging your kids of, can you get through this entire street without anyone seeing you? How many hats were in this room? Can you
Yeah.
put this bar of chocolate on this person without them noticing? And all sorts of weird. For you, it is training exercises. For them, it's fun little games. And first off, your children are adopted, right?
Yes.
And
But there's still Eric Kokra.
there's still Eric Okra. Good to know. I was about to ask if
Um,
you could describe your adopted children for me.
Yeah, I thought it'd be cool. And I haven't really honestly thought about it, so I have no idea what they look like really.
They're just kids.
Don't know what your own children look like?
Yeah, you walk out the kitchen like, who are
Workaholic.
you?
Workaholic over here.
But they're basically children from the war. They're like very young. They were found, and because of the tragedies and aftermath of the recent war, they don't really have anywhere else to go. And I don't know, maybe it kind of helped that they were Eric Kokra, so like Killian just kind of like, something resonated inside him with them.
Yeah.
But he decided, try and take them in and raise them as his own. But yeah, originally they did belong to different kingdoms. So where Killian looks resembles more of like a barn owl. These two kiddos don't look like that. They look like, yeah, I guess I'll think of this on the spot.
Go for it.
Hummingbird
Oh, that's so cool.
God,
and
Alan, I admire
Kingfisher.
and Alan, I admire your brain. That's good.
That's good.
So, you take your two, we'll use, normal human ages. About what age would you say that they are? Are they like, 8 years old? Or are they more like, 14, 15, kind of that middle year?
I'm thinking around like 9 or 10. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say, yeah, the boy, Killian Jr.
No
is-
way. Is that actually their name? His name?
That's what I wrote
His
down.
name, and then
Did
his
you
girl's name
adopt
is
them?
Jillian.
Did you adopt them as babies, or were you like, your name is Killian Jr. now?
I assume babies.
Adopted them as babies.
Cool.
It'd be pretty
And, like-
weird and fucked up.
It's like, shut up, Patrick. You're Killian now.
Oh my god. So, actually, not to correct your own character lore, But Killian
Yeah.
Jr. would technically be Killian the Third, right? Because you're Killian Jr., right?
Yeah, that's right. All right, Killian the Third.
Did I just remember,
I don't know
We're getting the
how-
deep lore about.
or did I make that up? Did I remember that incorrectly?
Actually, I don't think we established a name for my character's dad.
Oh,
I think it is
I'm
Junior. I think
I think I'm misremembering. You were Killian Vesper Senior,
Senior.
and then you
yeah.
had Killian Vesper Junior.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
that's how it works.
I was mistaken. Never mind.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I don't know the There's a difference between being the second and being junior.
I feel like
But
that's
I don't
just depending on if you actually have a third or not. I truly don't know. That's
have
up
no
to you
idea.
if you want to make
Anyway,
some shit
this
up.
boy is junior.
Junior.
And the girl's name is Saoirse,
Saoirse.
which is also an Irish name.
How do you spell that?
It's weird. Saoirse.
Saoirse. I like it though. Okay. So during your
Yeah, Eric Coker are Irish here.
Sure. So you through your downtime, Spookum 90 Radio, thanks for raiding Spookum. You picked a weird time to raid. We're doing a downtime session. So we're talking about things that happened in this week of downtime. Loads of fun though. We've learned a lot about our characters and things. But thank you for raiding. You're about to see a very cute scene with Aarakocra children being pickpockets. I love some downtime. Honestly, I love downtime sessions. They're some of my favorites.
Some Oliver Twist shit.
Right? So Killian, this working man FBI father with his adopted children, you
And
take yes.
the games that he's making, he's specifically trying to teach some skills that a thief or an aspiring thieves guild member would know and practice, but not in any harmful way.
Yeah.
So he's not telling
use
them,
them for
"Oh,
good."
yeah, he's not saying go steal that. Instead, he's like instead of pickpocketing, it would be like a reverse pocket of like, oh, try and slip this, on their person without
Yeah.
them realizing it. And then, later on when they're teenagers, they might reverse engineer this, but that's a teenager.
Fucking teenagers,
That's
right?
Killian 5 years from now is problem.
That's his problem.
Yeah. What monsters have I created?
So, because they are so young, I'll leave this totally up to Alan. First off, let's roll for Killian Jr. Roll a d20 and add 1. It's essentially a dexterity check, stealth, sleight of hand, whatever else. It's sort of cumulative dexterity check with a +1 modifier.
18.
Nice. So Killian Jr., what would you want to task Killian Jr. with doing? What's his game?
I would say have Junior. Yeah, because I told you about the chocolate bar thing. Yeah, so Killian gives Junior a chocolate bar and says, if you can slip this onto that Sharn Watch officer's person without them noticing it, I'll get you twice as much chocolate for tonight.
It takes a while, and there's a lot of downtime of Killian Jr. sort of observing and like trying to find the right Sharn Watch officer to. Yeah, that would suck. It melts before he can place it. But
Ooh, actually, so do you guys know what a kingfisher, like how they eat?
oh god, no! Are you about to drop some kingfisher lore?
Basically, a kingfisher, they fly super high in the air, and then they basically dive bomb to the water to grab fish. So it's basically just like they just plummet super fast into the water and just basically by sheer like surprise grab a fish and just eat it and then fly out.
So I like this idea that like you challenge Killian Jr. with this Kingfisher Aarakocra, and he's like, bet. And he disappears for like half an hour, but you can keenly watch him leaping from balcony to balcony, ledge to ledge, until eventually, just in the swiftest of seconds, just... and then back up to a ledge. And then several moments pass, he eventually rejoins you, and then you hear that one Sharn Watch officer say, "What? Why is my... where did that come from? Oh, my
peed my
pocket
pants?
is all filled with melted chocolate."
Someone
What?
pooped my pants.
Yeah, and there's a
When did I
scene,
become incontinent?
a scene made with this Sharn Watch officer being their pocket filled with melted chocolate. Alternatively, Saoirse, you're a hummingbird Aarakocra girl, correct? Female?
Yeah.
It is now her task. What do you task her to do? I feel like a hummingbird has some like interesting potential.
Yeah, I was thinking hummingbirds are because they. It's kind of like a bike versus a car, you know. Like a hummingbird, I don't know how fast hummingbirds can fly, but like they can like move.
Quick, like
know,
zippy
yeah.
motions.
Yeah.
Oh god, I just looked it up and Google said 61 miles per hour.
A hummingbird?
That's so fucking
Yeah.
fast.
Holy.
Well, I mean, I
shit.
think Logan, you've got to honor that in game mechanics.
So goddamn fast.
They fast as fuck, boy.
So yes, Alan, for the sake of sakes, let's call it fast as fuck. They're still a child, so
I'll have.
So only 60.
only 60 miles per hour.
I'll race her.
You want to race? Oh, I love it.
And Junior, we'll have Junior go off and like, you know, way down the street, like, you know, several blocks down. And the objective is the first one to get to Junior without him spotting us.
Alan, that's rude.
So you have to be fast and you have to be sneaky.
So I will let you decide acrobatics or stealth check. Saoirse will have the same modifier for both, so it doesn't matter. You just have to beat Saoirse.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna beat Saoirse.
Okay. I was like, do I want to, because my stealth is way better. I was like, do I want to, you know, beat my kid? Or
I'll
do I
say
wanna
if you
let them
beat,
win?
if you succeed and get higher than her, you could have the option of letting her win.
Okay.
All right, what'd you get? Because I rolled bad.
I rolled a nat one.
What'd you get though? What was the total?
For stealth is 14.
I rolled a nat 3, so with a +1, a total of 4. So,
Rogues, man.
literally, Killian, you know the moment you take off, you're tired. It has been a long fucking weekend. You have met too many people in too short a time. You're way too tired. You are burnt the fuck out. But you still know the moment you take off, you're like, I'm about to I'm about to smoke my daughter right now. So you have the option of letting her win or teaching her a lesson. Keep in mind, her brother just won very successfully.
I know. I'll go all out. I'll go all out.
You go out. You double like immediately your distance, especially with your new feet and training and things. You smoke her, and there's no chance that she'll win. Of course, her brother gives her hell. You give her a few pointers. And you tell her about a few places she could have improved.
Actually, what I'll do, I'll tell Junior, like, what did she do well?
Oh, what a good teacher. What a freaking music
And-
therapist.
What could she have improved on?
Make some comments about flying too close. She got too close to the people and it made her nervous, and so she slowed down to not hit the people, whereas she could have just gone around and hit the people. Otherwise, she could have just gone to the balconies and made leaps from there. All sorts of stuff. As far as being hidden, he makes some kind of stupid comment about, like, well, maybe her feathers shouldn't have, done this thing. And, make some stupid sibling comment, but eventually she learns a little bit more about moving quickly and quietly. But Killian, assume your communicus crystal dings with a slight reminder saying that you have an appointment that you need to make, or a new task on your to-do list that you need to go complete at this point at the King's Citadel and the Tower.
Okay. I will drop the kiddos off.
Drop the kiddos off. And I'm terribly sorry for all my players that this is going way longer than intended. We haven't met in a while. We have someone we have to, catch up with everything. It'll be a lot of fun though.
It's all good.
It'll be loads of fun. So, Killian, you make your way to Anna Tower. You're effectively on vacation, more or less. But
I'm in the Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, you do. Oh my god, this fluffy owl in a little Hawaiian shirt. I love it. But
Flip-flops.
it will flip-flops on your owl-pointed feet. You do have an appointment in your calendar you have to make. So you make it over to Anna Tower. The hallways, even though they're decorated, carpeted, and the walls have murals, there's still and it's something that probably has been a little hard to get over, there's a sterilization to the environment. It's very governmental, it's bureaucratic feeling, it just doesn't necessarily feel great to be in, but it is home to you at this point. So it is not a surprise when you arrive at the front desk, where there is, or not necessarily front desk, but the desk that you need to be at, where there is a human man named Reuben Lamb. He's this sort of portly, round-faced, red-haired, freckled individual. Says, "Hi, welcome to Edith Tower. How can I help you?" Wait, no, hold on. You're Gillian Vesper. That's correct. Yes. I seem you made a mention in your calendar that you would be meeting us here. What can we help you with?
Wait, why am I here again? What was I?
The
right,
yes.
yeah. Yeah, I'd like to schedule an appointment.
Right. And he pulls out, a big wide planner, flipping through, and says, what is this appointment for? So I can fit you with the appropriate practitioner?
A therapist.
Right. Wonderful. Uh, Dr. Morris is available, and, actually I have a few more. She's sort of the go-to. Is there anything in particular you're wanting to discuss? And of course, he looks around and says, this is all in private. Don't have to worry about anyone learning any of this. We just want to pair you up with the proper professional. Or do you want to schedule just a generic consultation?
I think consultation for now.
Perfect. Then Dr. Morris, there you go. Puts you down, Killian Vesper, Dr. Morris, in just 3 days, effectively Friday, mid-afternoon. And so you schedule your, who knew that this would become a very fun reenactment of a therapist consultation.
Yeah. Go to therapy.
Go to therapy, y'all.
That's how I'll get paid.
Jesus.
Go to Alan for
Go
therapy.
to Alan specifically.
It's good for you.
Okay, don't go to Alan.
It's like oranges.
Okay, Alan is a good person to talk to, but don't go to Alan for therapy. I don't know if that's quite legal. Let's bump back to Oleg. Let's really throw this back here. Travis, are you still with me? Let me get a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Travis, if you'll give me a some kind of charisma. Are you proficient in any charisma skills?
I think no, I am, because I remember us changing it so that I was actually proficient in intimidation.
Well, I'll let you decide. This is to determine what kind of information you will gather from your paramour, Lila. If you make an intimidation check, that kind of paints the kind of intimate encounter you had. Alternatively, you can just make a generic charisma check.
I will.
What's Oleg into?
Yeah, I'll do intimidation.
Make an intimidation check for me.
Consensual intimidation.
Yeah, it's a 9. That's
Scare me,
rough.
Daddy.
I'm gonna use
Yikes.
I'm gonna use Flash of Genius to make that a 14.
Perfect. I need to toilet cat, so I'll tell you the results afterward. Feel free to chat and roleplay in the meantime.
I think Oleg's done plenty of that.
What, intimidation? Yeah.
Yeah.
I am also in a boss fight that was supposed to be over way too early, way long ago.
What are you playing?
I'm doing the second near raid.
I was gonna say.
Cool. I'm doing stuff in the firmament, so I'm just like crafting. So
Both of you.
I mean, this is a fun fight, but it is not what I wanted to do twice in a row.
I mean, you can't. I've been sitting here most of the session. You can't blame me for making good use of my time.
I'm not playing anything, but I did buy Dragon Age 2, so
nice.
That's my
someday
favorite
I'll
one.
get to it.
I started playing Inquisition the other day. I think I'm gonna be playing Inquisition. I think that's the direction things are going at this point.
Is that the trajectory of? I mean,
What?
you're done with class, aren't you?
Yep.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like I passed all my classes. I'm good.
Baller.
So
Big baller brand for sure.
at this point, it's just let's work. I also got to prepare to move next month.
Oh shit.
But, yeah, I'm good.
Well, on that note, so Travis,
Yes, that's
Oleg,
Turbid.
That's
in
my
his
character.
encounter with Lila, there is a you inquire a little bit about some of the goings on in the Stoneyard ward of the district.
Okay.
Intel on the world of Little Barovia.
Okay.
Specifically, something that Lila mentions is that there's a rumor going around that Kina Button is considering running as the counselor for Lower North Edge. Currently, there is another counselor who is in charge, and let me find their name super fast. Their name is Shasa Tar, which
Can
is
you
a
send that in the
yes,
in
I will
the
send that to the
chat?
thing.
Thank
Shasa
you.
Tar, who is a shifter and sort of represents all of North Edge, all of the merchants and shifters in the ward. However, seemingly from Lila's perspective, has not been very open to the idea of vampires mixing in with the politics. So there's a rumor going around that Kina Button is intending on running for counselor in Lower North Edge, but of course, just a rumor, and Kina Button has made no major announcement or anything about such a thing.
Does she like that idea?
I mean, of course, as a vampire person, having more protections and things. Essentially, what Kina Button is trying to accomplish is for undead creatures, vampire creatures, lycanthropes, not just shifters, but also lycanthropes, having certain minority protections in the city, as do the refugees and things. So, sort of advocating for more rights for these groups of people. So, of course, Lila wants that, but you kind of get the sense that Lila's not the political type. I knew that would get Travis to,
Oh, then it's over. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just not that political, you know?
Yeah. I don't follow politics. It's
Yeah,
just not.
That's kind of the vibe you get from Lila. She's a hot vampire dwarf lady, but she's content with where she's at, and that's where she'll stay for now.
Sounds about right.
Yep. So that's what you get with that charisma check and helping her. But that kind of changes your perspective of the thought that Ithranel might have been chatting to her about something similar. Because that was sort of a topic of discussion about, like, I can get vampires, certain rights and things like that. Or I can help you get where you want to be. That sort of stuff. Gosh, I think that now brings us to Donovan. Way down there. So, fairly easily, we'll go and tackle the second thing. Getting a Dark Lantern King Citadel watch on Mona. That's fairly easy to do. But if there's anything else you'd like to do as part of that, you can. Otherwise, you can just have one or two people keep eye on Mona in her day-to-day operations.
But they I'll like talk to whoever they send, and I'll be like, you gotta be really discreet about it. She's a bit stubborn.
The two people that Killian probably sent your way, their names are Yamin and Maria Prisk. They're a human couple. They're married. They're both part of the Dark Lanterns. They, Killian, you know that they specifically requested jobs that they could work together because they don't get to spend enough time together at home. So they were like, might as well work together. And so they're a very good duo to have.
And I would have asked like Killian beforehand, like, are they on the up and up?
They're on the up and up.
Okay.
So we'll see where that goes in a little bit. As far as writing the article about Varian's attempted murder, this one is going to require a series of checks. And this is where I'm going to start having multiple people roll dice for stuff, because we're going to get into more of dice rolling territory here real fast. First off, Donovan, if you'll roll a history check for me, with advantage because you're keen mind, to essentially concrete or mineralize some term the accuracy of your article.
I don't need to roll an advantage. I rolled a natural 20.
Oh, that's amazing then. And then if you'll make now,
So that's 32.
Yep, that's perfect. And then finally, see, I will let Jacob hit on how I did this. To successfully write a beautifully perfect article, you need to succeed on 3 checks: history, persuasion, and performance. You are an eloquence bard, so persuasion is nothing to you. You are going to succeed on this check. So I threw that out the window as an automatic success. You succeed
Incredible.
on the history check. Now the last one you need to succeed on is a performance check, to essentially write the article in a way that makes people want to read it. It is a riveting, engaging article to read.
Actually don't have proficiency in performance, but that's okay. 18 plus 7.
Oh my god. So, by the time you finish the article, of course, you write it within a day or two, you send it off to your editor, they give it back for revisions, you send it off, they give it back for, and it's constant back and forth, plus writing any extraneous fluff pieces throughout the week. With your weeks of work, your quality of content you're putting through, you essentially eventually get a thumbs up from your editor. And you not only just get a thumbs up, you essentially get a thumbs up for, hey, we told you were going to lose your job unless you wrote something good. This is something good. Thumbs up for that. And then finally, because you reported on something so significant so quickly and in such detail, you get a bonus. So essentially, you get paid for the work, which essentially covers, rent, food, utilities, whatever else it might be for your day-to-day operations for you and your daughter in college. But you also get a bonus of 25 gold pieces. So you can add 25 gold pieces to your normal inventory.
Ooh.
Getting paid a livable wage? Wow.
What?
Bro, that's
The real fantasy.
Magic.
Bro, this is high fantasy.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Truly.
Now, I think, yeah, so Travis is, we finished up his stuff. Donovan, we're almost done with you, but we're going to jump over, no, Varian did all his things. Killian just about did all his things. He got his appointment. Cornelius, for you to finish up the remaining cases prior to any events that might happen in the future, bear with me on this.
Oh no.
I need you to make a charisma-based investigation check.
Ooh.
Okay.
If you are proficient in investigation or
I am.
anything, so essentially it's a charisma with proficiency bonus, unless you have expertise or any additional things like that.
My expertise is in persuasion.
There you go.
Investigation.
This is essentially a large cumulative check for wrapping up any remaining cases up to this point.
That's not bad. That inspiration I got at the beginning of the session, is that the kind of inspiration that holds over? Is that just like use it now?
Nope. Use it now, whatever you want.
Cool, I'll use it now just to see if I do better,
Go
I guess.
for it.
I did not get better.
Just
But I rolled pretty investigation, charisma based investigation. Oh Jesus, I didn't think that far ahead. Sorry. That's a plus 23.
Oh baby.
fucking rad, Austin.
Sorry, I had to remember how to do math.
Me too.
So after your interaction at the Biblioteca del Prisma, you also start to dive into your work a little bit more. And you realize is that your gut is a lot stronger. Cases that you thought were dead cases, you pick up, look at, and you're like, oh, it was this person. And you know for a fact it was them. And you start remembering details you didn't remember before. And it all starts coming together very beautifully. To the point that by the time that XYZ stuff happens, we will find out. Not only do you afford rent, food, and whatever else that week, you are also able to afford, fresh produce, finer whiskey that week. You're able to buy some new entertainment of magazines or print books and things like that. And you find at the end of completing certain cases, you have an extra 25 gold pieces in your pocket.
Yay! Hang on, let me do math. Cool.
And that your gut is a lot stronger than it has been before. Awesome. Instinct. Now, here is where we get to some hinky-dinky stuff.
Oh boy.
And we'll be ending within the next 10 minutes. Donovan, Jacob.
Yes.
Your daughter and generally all of everyone's family members are under the watch of 1 or 2 dark lanterns, keeping from a distance. Jacob, I'd like you to roll 3 d20s and separate the results. First, second, third.
First one is a 3.
Lit.
Second one is an 18. And then the third one is a 9.
Okie dokie. At this point, a couple days within your downtime, don't worry about expended resources. We'll assume you've had a long rest since then. You all get a ping from Varian about a possible lead. I assume, unless otherwise stated, everyone convenes on said location.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'll tell you, Sid.
You tell Yusid, of course.
Yeah,
You know Yusid already has. She already has a plug into this chain, so she knows.
And just to be
BCC
clear
to
about the status of how we're working with everything here, we're not like, there's not like an arrest warrant out for Ithran Eladonna. We're still trying to play it.
Correct. There's not
Kind
enough physical,
close to the chest.
concrete evidence to say, like, she's a part of this, besides, the say of some random doppelganger and your word.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna play that off as very just got very excited and then kind of remembered the plan, and they're just he's just like, yeah, still convene, play it cool. As he's like zooming over the city.
You all get a very excited message that's followed by "play it cool." Cornelius. Have to get used to saying that name now in this game. As it takes the time for apparently everyone to convene on this location, and you've essentially sicked this elderly imp on Ithran.
He's invisible.
This invisible elderly imp.
Yeah, but he's wheezing so loudly.
So loud.
Oh, but I can just make him not make
You'd
sound.
be like, please stop. It's not long. Maybe
That sounds so bad.
it sounds terrible.
He's sweating all the time. You can,
I can
feel
silence
the
him.
heat.
He smells like mothballs everywhere he
Oh
goes.
God, no! Oh God. Poor buddy.
Just
man.
a few minutes pass, 3 or 4 minutes pass, and Ithno leaves the Biblioteca del Prisma and begins making her way through elsewhere in the city. Do you want Squinch to follow her, or do you want to follow her, or do you want to wait on everyone to get there, or what's the plan as she starts to leave?
And it's the daytime, right?
Yep.
Okay. Where is it? I think I have something for this. Pardon me, I need to check a spell that I've never used before.
Oh no, that's the DM's like worst words he could hear.
What level is that? Okay, hang on. There you are. What does this do? Question.
Yes.
All right, so the spell Clairvoyance.
Uh-huh.
It creates an invisible sensor within range in a location familiar to you. Obvious locations unfamiliar to you. Yada yada yada. Is it? Instead of attaching it to a location, can I attach it to Ithranel Adana? And use it essentially as like my own little GPS ping on her location for the next 10 minutes.
Oh man. This will be interesting. If you, Austin, will make me a DC 20 charisma check.
What's Austin's charisma modifier?
No, not you know what I fucking meant.
DC 20 charisma check. Just charisma?
Just charisma.
Understood. Damn. 14.
I will say, I will let Austin do with this information what he will, and same as Cornelius, your quarry spirit cannot handle such a task.
Heard that.
But
so I will
someone
do
else
this.
might be able to.
I don't like that tone. I don't like that implication that you're making. I will do this the old-fashioned way. I will send Squinch out to continue to trail her, and I will follow within range of being able to communicate with Squinch mentally. Which, forgive me, I do not actually remember how far that is, so I'll give that in a second.
It's like 100. It's like 100 feet or
Hang
something.
on, find. Why is that not on my spell list? That's dumb. Duplicate. Where is find familiar? That's weird. Anywho, yeah, I'm going to continue to remain in mental command range of Squinch, mental contact range of Squinch, and essentially, there it is, found it. 100 feet, yes. So I remain within 100 feet, follow that direction, using Squinch to kind of periodically are like, that's where she's going, cool, I'll follow, or and just kind of like, yeah. And all the while, I'm going to be pinging the communicrystal, kind of like pinging my location, essentially, until, and just like basically like doing like a sensor sweep with my mind, because I have 100-foot telepathy, until someone, until one of my party members, I like sense them within 100 feet of me, and then
awesome
connect.
So effectively, by the time all of you converge on the same location, some distance away from Ithranel, you essentially end up at the bazaar. It's an entire ward, an entire district of the city devoted to merchants buying and selling all variety of new and used goods. Some, as far as probably Cornelius and soon to be Spike are concerned, probably stolen goods as well. It is just effectively an entire portion of the city that is just a giant flea market at all times. And Squinch locating all the while. You all converge sort of together at this portion of the city. All of the commotion of the bazaar at hand. And now, Austin, I will ask you to make a survival check for Squinch.
Oh,
Oh no.
he's gonna see something he likes and get distracted.
I mean, he could, but also I technically have absolute control. I could be a dick about it if I wanted to be. I don't want to be a dick to Squinch, but I could be.
We all get there and we're like, okay, where is he? And Squinch is just like, oh, I found
Shiny
these
rock.
Bears over here. They were really cool.
Okay. All right. Come on. +1, baby. 5.
You definitely locates. You're following Squish for so long, and then you start pinging like he hasn't moved in like 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Great.
Fuck.
Awesome. Cool.
Found another mirror.
And so you all convene. It's been a week or so since you've seen Cornelius, so you kind of catch up for a brief moment. Would you like, as a group now, continue pursuing Ithranel through the bazaar, or let it go?
What's the bazaar called again?
The bazaar.
Okay.
That's
Excellent.
it. That's it. That's truly its literal name in the city. It's an entire district called the bazaar.
Did Cornelius like notice her acting weird? Like, did she know she was being followed or anything?
No.
And when
Nothing out of
he
the
met
ordinary.
her, that you shouldn't seem to act different when he met her.
Cool.
So
I'm gonna ask Cornelius. You said she gave you a letter?
she gave me one as well. She said one was for me and one was for you. I said, I'm gonna go check on him because I was gonna go check on you because I hadn't heard anything about what had happened. So, and she gave me that.
We should fill you in
I-
about all that.
Yeah,
There's a
don't
stack of
worry,
letters too.
I got it. I use message and I just tell Cornelius that Ithranel is the house killer. She's the one that's been doing all this. I use message. Just be like,
Oh, by the way.
And I just kind of like very slowly turn and look at you, and I just have this like, you know, the emote of me just
Yeah.
yeah.
and
the
just
thing.
I just immediate mental link, and I go, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck. I was
What the
literally
fuck?
right there. She was right there. God, I could have fucking done something. And
Just
like-
sending. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the
Oh no, I don't even have to do sending. I could.
I
Just,
know. I'm just kidding. That's
that would be fucking hilarious. The 25 words worth of what the fuck.
What the fuck?
I'm-
What the fuck? What the fuck?
25 words worth of shit.
Shit.
I'm sensing he told you. Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
May I,
Perfect.
yes,
Perfect.
the letter for me.
You know, now that you said that, I'm a little. We should not do this here. I'm feeling like the whatever. Okay, so nobody. So Donovan told Cornelius that she was a house killer, but hasn't told him about that she's the one responsible for what happened to Varian or what happened to him at all, because he still doesn't actually know what happened. And he's gonna look, and so he's just gonna look at us and be like, so first, what happened to you? Pointing at Varian.
I think that this is not the time.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a lock on her still?
Squinch got distracted. She's still somewhere here. I lost her about 30 seconds ago. Maybe a minute ago at this point.
So she's in this area.
Somewhere.
Okay. Logan, forgive me because I took this spell after I sent you the character sheet last night. I apologize. I will cast Locate Creature.
Okay.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Since we are intimately
pug.
familiar with what she looks like.
Yes. And definitely you are able to ping her in the bazaar, sort of shopping, or like slowly shopping around, but definitely heading down into lower levels toward the lower Dura area.
Cool, and that's an hour. I got that for an hour.
You
So
see a green Sims diamond floating in the distance.
All right.
You can control if she eats or pees.
Let's
Let's guide her to
Let's-
the pool and erase the ladder.
let's follow her and be prepared for something bad to happen.
Great.
Quick save now, just in case the campaign ends.
I definitely think we should quick save, yes.
Are we just tailing her? Forgive me, I perhaps acted rashly when Cornelius first communicated with me. She probably knows something's up, just based
Well,
on
first of all, let's read the letter.
But yeah,
But
I'm-
first, you might want to check that that whole
I'll
thing you do.
cast first racially. I'll cast detect poison and disease.
No poison or disease.
Cool. No anthrax waiting to
Great.
It's a
fly
letter
out.
Perfect. That's what I needed to. I'm so afraid of that, actually.
No, that absolutely ran through my mind. And then remind me, does Cornelius have the invocation that lets him cast detect magic at will?
No.
Cool.
I don't
Then
believe I do.
I'll just cast detect magic using my mark. Any magic?
No, the one that I have is the one that allows me to detect speak of dead.
Yeah, the letter's
Okay.
in line with asbestos.
No magic, no asbestos, no anthrax.
So it's just
Cool.
Pop that bad boy open.
Yeah, I'll pop out just from in my ropes a little switchblade.
Oh
My cousin.
god.
My cousin.
Oh
gave it to me.
yeah.
Like
Do you carry that
Shia
on
LaBeouf
campus?
in the skull.
Does now.
Yeah, I paid to go there. What are they gonna do?
Are you opening which one first? Cornelius's letter?
I can
or-
make I can make like 60 feet of fire.
a switchblade. Nothing.
Yeah.
Uh,
This is
a walk-
fucking
you're like a
nothing.
walking-
points at Killian using just like a short sword. That's nothing.
Yeah.
It's worthless.
Trash, garbage.
So,
You're
are you
trash,
opening
you're
Cornelius's or Varian's letter first?
I can open my own letter.
Yeah, I'll pop mine while Cornelius is popping his.
Is that the agreement, Cornelius?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make
Logan-
sure.
Yeah.
I did.
Logan,
You saying that makes me less
100%.
confident about it, but
You know,
yeah.
yeah, I didn't mean to direct Austin's character, but the way you were licking your lips was just like, okay, cool. Both of these get to go off at once.
Sweet.
I would 100% believe that Varian carries that knife around just as like in like an all-day letter opener.
Yeah,
You
he's
know?
not gonna use it for malicious
Yeah.
means ever, but
It just not to give spoilers for is the Fantasy High, but Adine in the the first fight with the ladle.
It just sounds so stupid
Jesus.
already.
Cornelius, varying with everyone else sitting around watching, you slice open the letters from Ithranel Adana, pull out the folded parchment within, unfold it.
And then we're gonna stop.
It's a Mother's Day card.
You both read the letters, and they're almost identical, except for Varians has an added message of "Get well soon," and that's it.
Bitch.
The rest of the letter is almost entirely identical, saying, "I'm inviting you to a special event in Lower Dura. Regarding recent events, I think you will particularly enjoy the lovely festivities. At 1 p.m., effectively what is considered Friday. It's of course not considered Friday in the Eberron setting. Let me double check the day of the week.
Wait, is that the same day as my appointment?
We will find out.
Yeah, Killian just fully can't go.
No, excuse me, not this Friday, this Sunday. So Killian can make his
thank
appointment on the 22nd of Therendor, the day of Sul, effectively like Sunday, at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. There's a special event that Ithranel is hosting at the Silver Mist Theater in Calistan, the ward of Lower Dura that is run by the Boromar clan.
You said the Silver Mist Theater?
Correct.
In
And
Lower Calistan?
Lower Dura, the Calistan ward.
Lord.
And you two have almost an identical invitation, except Variance has the added superficial greeting card of "Get well soon."
Ooh.
Donovan, using locate creature to track her, she starts making her way down, 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 not to the Burning Ring of Fire, but to
Gross.
Lower Dura, and eventually the Calistan district. So it's up to you how far you continue tracking her.
I didn't think we needed to track her
I don't think we
anymore.
should. I don't think we need to follow. We should follow her anymore.
I think we already have a date with her.
Do you think that this is like an ultimatum kind of thing? Are we walking into a trap, or is this?
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Is this? Do you think that we've got a little bit of time before them? Do you think that other people are invited, or is it just like us?
That
You
she
think it's-
had a stack of these, and she gave.
Did you
me
see how
one.
many?
Did I see how many with my 22 passive perception?
Easily 15, 20, maybe even 30 of them all crunched up together. And
And
for
half of them
you
are
all,
coupons.
for you all, the date that is Sunday, the 22nd of Therendor, Sul, is about 3 days away, and this is roughly mid to late afternoon, so almost 3 days exactly from this event.
So I'm thinking we get all the information we can. Maybe Oleg's friend can. Was that the contact you met up with, the lady? Was that the one in the Tyrants, or was that a different person?
Different person.
Okay. Maybe we can still investigate that before this date.
I think so.
Because I'd like to
I-
have some kind of upper hand before we walk into an obvious trap. Even if there are going to other people be at the trap, it's still a trap.
I think we have little choice but to do this. I think whatever game she and her accomplice is playing is coming into its final quarter, so to speak. It ends there, and we will be there to end it.
Yeah. Well,
So,
like I said, I did a little bit of reading up on magics to expose shapeshifters. So if anything happens and we end up in a tussle, I think I have a way to see what she actually looks like.
that might come in very handy.
We can hope.
I hope everyone still has their nice clothes, because we're going to another gala.
Is it a theater? You gonna watch a movie or something?
Movies exist in China.
So, here's how we will
Wanna
do
see a
this.
talkie?
Finally, there are
Gotta go
5 of you, so this
Is it gonna
is
be an opera?
an important check. If everyone will follow along with me, if each of you will make a charisma-based investigation check. So, if you are proficient or have expertise in investigation, you can add that. However, instead of intelligence, you use your charisma modifier.
Don't love that.
Ooh. Ooh.
Don't worry, I got this.
New dice treating me right.
Mine aren't. They're my old dice. But...
That's gonna be a 28 for me.
Jesus, Carson?
I took Prodigy, so now I have expertise.
Of course you do.
I'm gonna. I got a 14. I'm gonna flash for genius.
To a
Uh,
17.
Oh wait, this is an
No,
investigation.
to an
Yes.
Do I
18.
still
A
get to roll my
charisma.
D4 for charisma-based investigation checks?
I'd allow it.
Okay, that's a 1. 29.
Oh no, a 29.
Yeah, it was a DC 30 check. Sorry, folks.
30.
30.
Yeah, 18.
18. Austin?
DC 30 check, baby.
13 total. I rolled a 5 on the die.
Alan?
26.
Doing great.
Baby shit.
So the bottom row here of your screen really pulled their own weight in this one.
Yeah, the expertise, and the rogue maybe expertise. I know.
Definitely
Yeah,
expertise.
Expertise.
Absolutely expertise.
So
My expertise is in persuasion. Damn it.
it takes
So is mine.
From fulfilling the rest of your normal day-to-day duties, plus finding out information about what this event is, plus preparing for the whatever it might be itself, it pretty much takes all the time until the day of. But a few things you learn. Asking around, tapping into some old contacts, especially Cornelius being in the Lower Dura area, you're able to find out a lot more information than most others. This event that Ithranel has invited you to is an announcement of sorts. It's not being advertised, but it is something that is very much the hot topic of the Lower Dura area, especially the Khalistan area, is that Ithranel Adana is hosting sort of a meet and greet questionnaire style event in the Khalistan district, the home of the Boromar clan, because she is running against Illyra Boromar, the counselor of Lower Dura, for her position on the Sharn Council. She is hosting a special event to state her platform and do all other political services to compete and run against one of the top dogs of the Boromar clan on the Sharn Council. This is the event you've been invited to. Over the course of the few days that you're picking up this information from hereby people, the rest of you individually, even you, Killian, on your desk at the King's Citadel at Andeth Tower, you get an identical invitation saying, "Please join me at my special event at the Silver Mist Theater in Khalistan on the 22nd at 1 p.m. However, the one person that, besides from Varian who got a get well soon, the other person who receives a different invitation is Donovan.
I knew it.
As you report to your desk, ready to submit the final draft of your article, there is a special note penned by Ithernel. Not that you are invited as a guest to, witness the special yada yada yada.
I'm not invited. Don't show up.
No, you were invited as the exclusive press person, the press journalist, to document and write about this event. You will be the only journalist there to document this monumental event of this political stand against the Boromar clan as a whole.
She gonna kill you first, is what she's
You
saying.
get a special invitation to be the exclusive journalist for such an event. And this is Donovan, you sitting at your desk reading this.
Jesus Christ. I read that. It's like immediately just light a smoke, like how is the wordage? Is it just like I'm giving you exclusive press access, something like that?
Effectively, it informs that only people of Lower Dura and selectively invited people will know about this event. So effectively, only people from Lower Dura, and then you and your friends have invitations to this event. So theoretically, literally no one else outside of Sharn will know about this happening.
Is there any way to like figure out the guest list? Like
That
exactly.
That would take quite a bit of time, and you have 24 hours or less.
Okay. Let me look at something real quick. Okay, never mind. Well, this is definitely gonna be an event. I'll go. Like I guess we probably all discover these letters like around the same time. So, well, boys, I've been given exclusive press access to this event, which really just bodes super well.
Yep.
It feels to me as though she is trying to set this up in some way to, I don't know, just have a little fun with us.
Or set us up to get us out of the picture by putting us in a position that makes us look like the bad guys.
Yeah, that's good.
It's also a ballsy move to be doing something like this in the middle of Boromar territory while running against one of the Boromar bigwigs.
Unless she has
She's trying
the
to start
support of
something.
other Boromir.
Well, the only other people invited to this, other people from Lower Durham. Maybe she's inviting some Boromar people too. Just get rid of all of us in one swoop. Some kind of accident.
Look, if magically going into this, be ready to do whatever you need to get out of a bad situation. Flight, teleportation, invisibility. I think stocking those abilities might play in our favor.
Yep. I guess get ready, because
Press
I
your
got a-
computers, gentlemen.
I got a bad feeling about this.
So you all spend the weekend getting your affairs in order and prepare for this lovely political event of a lifetime.
What is the chance that Amalia would stop by the office over the weekend? 'Cause I don't want to. Well, I mean, if it's over the weekend, I'll just burn a Sunday and be like, "Hey."
Unfortunately, if Xavier here, I'd tell him too. Austin.
Yeah.
Amalia has not been by in many, many weeks.
Oh, that's not good.
And that's where we'll stop this time, and we'll pick up the morning of this monumental political event.
Shit.
Warning. You
Oh,
will
the
not be
events
able to
of-
complete any
Yeah.
other side quest.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say
Oh
the events of
no.
the
Want to
story will
continue?
progress quickly after this point. Make sure you have a save.
Oh man, I am very looking forward to that. I am terribly sorry that this took so long.
It's okay. I got a lot of crafting done.
Yeah, it will not take that long in the future. I will do my best. What
Amazing.
happens when there's downtime and multiple characters? Oh god. But
We got some lore, baby.
yeah, I got some good juicy shit from all you guys. Oof.
We stuck a big old skewered lore over a fire, and all the cooking lore juices dripped
There you
out.
go.
And it was
That is an-
delicious.
Thank you for
Thank
that
you, Austin, for
representation.
joining in and playing along with everything that I just threw at
You're
you.
welcome.
That was a lot for coming back after a couple of weeks.
And also having like got home and then like
Yeah.
immediately pulled this up.
That was a lot, but thank you for playing along. Oh man.
Also, A+, Logan, A+ way to be like seamless integration of like how you're gonna get to where you're going. Well,
It's
yeah, by the
easy.
way,
It's
I like that,
easy
that
when
was
you all
good.
live like an hour from each other. It's like, yeah. You bump in, do this thing at the same time.
Good shit.
And also because very little time has passed between the last time they saw you, so it's like, oh, they haven't seen you in 3 days? That's pretty normal. Like,
Yeah.
just
I've got
drop.
a job to do.
Yeah,
sorry.
you got a full-time job. Yeah, it
Yeah.
totally makes sense. Oh, man. I'm excited. Mostly because,
A
like,
little terrified.
you guys are... I think that's what makes it more scary for me, is that you guys are scared, but you're also level 10, so I'm like, oh god, what are they gonna do?
I'm
The
not gonna
fuck?
I'm not gonna say that I'm like super prepared for everything you might throw us, but I feel okay about what I've literally been tweaking things to prepare for this moment. I literally took a magical secret spell just to foil this one villain.
I
Good.
legitimately have realized that Artificer does not have as many like non-combat spells as I thought it did. I was like, oh okay, Artificer will have a lot of cool things like early level, but now it's like, all right, Artificer has like let me kill you spells.
Yeah. Are you? Travis is living in a real big, like, give me a reason.
Give me the whole time I'm just like
Yeah.
fireball, fireball.
Let me.
Haste.
Fireball.
Bro, I'm just sitting here like, please put me surrounded by enemies so I can cast this really dope ass spell that I have that's gonna ruin all of their days at the same time.
Is it Steel Wind Strike?
No.
I
Better.
don't know if that's a warlock spell, but
I don't think it is, but better.
I think that with like whatever
Ranger and Wizard. Interesting.
I forget. It might be there's like a warlock thing where you can just take a 5th level spell. It might be that you might be able to deal with that. I don't know. Whatever the
Maybe.
I don't know if you can pick from any list. But
Yeah, I think with the warlock stuff is like you get your mystic arcanum
yeah, that's what
is
I was talking
6th level and higher.
about. Also, I could also take Steel Wind Strike with magical secrets, but I did not do that.
That would be so great.
For me, it's mostly if you guys get in any situation that's kind of like a, oh, I don't know what's going to happen, literally just Mind Flayers show up.
Oh, what?
Thanks to
Wait.
Oleg.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or whoever Cornelius is fighting against.
I mean, no big deal. I will be carrying around a earworm at all times now.
Yo, put an earworm on her. If things start going bad, just slap an earworm on her.
You joke about that.
I'm
but
gonna-
that's my plan.
And I just dreaming visits her. She becomes charmed by me.
Yep.
She can't do shit. She's in like dreamlike state. All right, Oleg, hit her. Hit her with it.
Honestly, that was one of those moments as the DM where I'm like, I've got like a great big bad, and then like the idea got posed of like, what if we put an earworm on her? And I was just like, oh god. It was both like, that's a great idea, and I'm like, oh no,
It's
how are
such
they
a-
gonna do that?
It's such a like
Carefully.
easy. It's such like a okay. The boss is over, but then you're like, now I just set somebody else up, real easy. Oh, other bosses now set up. Cool, great, love it.
And then it also begs the question of like, how different would this have gone if you had a Mind Flayer as like an NPC party member? Like, if you had a Mind Flayer helping you along the way.
Clarota, anybody?
Clarota.
Yeah. That ended real well.
Real
so,
Yeah,
well.
so great.
No,
No, it's okay. If we want to go the earworm route,
yeah.
I have things for that.
This
I
sounds
can
a
ruin
lot like
somebody's
the whole
day.
Ant-Man blows up Thanos from the inside. It has that sort of energy.
It does. It really
I mean,
does.
Because Logan has my character sheet, so he can see my spell list. I have Dominate Person.
Say,
just-
fuck off.
Come here. I got a gift for you. Hey, Oleg. Here you go.
Everyone ready in action real fast.
Yep.
Oh, man. Well, on that note, it's a terrible transition. We did Shadows over Driftchapel last week, so that's not happening this week. If you missed last week's session, boy howdy, it was something.
I heard that things happened that were
Things
unexpected
took a
and
turn.
also very
Oh
humbling,
boy.
as it was put.
It's giving me a lot of experience and might come into play when DMing our next campaign. So that's
Great.
That's something.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Basically, we talked about it even, I think, at the end of the session. It was one of those things where one bad roll and like some just general turns, actions in combat just kind of domino affected
Snowball.
and almost ended in a PC death. So it was one of those sessions. It was a blast. I didn't intend it to be that session. I was like, yeah, let's make this, a random encounter, hard combat encounter. We'll be good. No, not at all.
I can't wait to catch the VOD. I've heard from numerous people the hype surrounding this session, so yeah.
Mine was specifically from the person who almost died.
It was also one of those facets of they essentially had a 4-person party, one of them a summoned familiar, effectively.
Mhm.
One person went down and started making death saves on one side of the map, and then their NPC companion was 1v1ing the big bad of the encounter on the other side of the map. And so the monk just had to like, okay, I'll bolt over to our PC companion, but then left the NPC totally undefended. And it was just one of those things of like, alright, which side do we go to? And it was
Games.
close. It was very close. It was a lot of fun. But now they have a whole session of investigating ahead of them. I'm very excited. And our next campaign will beautifully blend the two.
Great.
Lots of fun.
Great.
So yes. God, I am very tired. It has been hex of weeks. So I think on that note, if everyone will get their vocal warm-ups in. There it was. Great session. Thank you, Spookum. Good work. Good work.
Thanks for sticking around. So
Yes.
long.
Yeah.
This our longest session in many a time. I'm surprised Travis is still awake.
Not
I'm
just
surprised.
Travis, I'm...
Yeah, I'm surprised any of us are still awake. We are not usually staying up this late.
Yeah.
So theoretically, of course, theoretically, in an amorphous ideal world, we will be here at the same Sharn time, same Sharn place, playing at the same normal session time of 2 to 3 hours, and not, I don't know, 4.5 to 5 hours. So we will be here on my Twitch channel at the same Sharn time, same Sharn place.
Bye.
I hear Rachel in the other room doing the little song.
Rachel can do it. Sign off. Make this hell end.
Very high energy. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Ending